What is up, everybody? It's your boy, the Liberal Loudmouth. Now, I am, it says upcoming. What the hell? Let me see here. Select stream. Okay, it says we're live. Cool. All right, now let me go live on TikTok. Forgive me. Let's do this. Bam. Trump blows up another boat. There we go. What is up, everybody? It's your boy, the Liberal Loudmouth. And we're here again for the Saturday edition of the show. We're going to wait until people start filing in to really get after it, but that's okay. I mean, we got plenty of stuff to talk about. This fucking guy he believes he can just unalive you if you are a, distributor of any kind, which is ridiculous, but that's where we are. And you have these conservatives that are like, yay, we didn't elect him to be nice. We elected him to get the job done. What job is that? To start killing people? It's a fascist fucking country now. Like, we're here. What's up, Joseph? Who's dividing the country? Donald Trump? When he got up there and was like, the radical leftists are terrorists. Yeah, that division. Yeah, I agree. Isaac Neutron, I hate this country so much. Such an embarrassment. I mean, I love my country, but I can't stand this fucking government. Of course, I haven't been able to stand this fucking government for some time now. This government has been, and every fucking president has done something ridiculous. MAGA Tarzan. That's interesting. Anyway, before I bring this person up, I just yesterday, this fucking guy, Donald Trump, he unalived another boat. I've got the video footage here. Let me move shit over. MAGA Tarzan, just give me just a second. Sit tight. I'm going to play this video. Well, if it'll let me. There we go. Let me swap this over. Oh, he took off. They're entitled. They're entitled. If you're not going to let me up right now when I want to, I'm going to go. Can you guys not hear me? There we go. I think I had my shit muted. Yeah, there it is. The 3 narco terrorists, they claim. 3 narco terrorists. Yeah, I guess I had my shit muted on that scene. That's weird. And then, I guess at the end they've got this here. I'll put this back up. That's fucking crazy shit. I don't know why. Testing. Okay, hold on. I gotta add it. I've got to add another source in there. So let me pull up his tweet. Actually, let's read his tweet. On my orders, the Secretary of War ordered a lethal kinetic strike on a vessel affiliated with a designated T organization conducting narco trafficking in the USS Southcom area of responsibility. Intelligence confirmed the vessel was trafficking illicit narcos and was transiting along a known narco trafficking passage en route to poison Americans. The strike unalived 3 male narcos aboard the vessel, which was in international waters. No U.S. forces were harmed in this strike. Stop selling fent, narcs, and illegal drugs in America and committing violence and terrorism against Americans. That's Donald Trump. This fucking... Could you guys hear me whenever I was talking just now on that other screen? Because I may have to go in there and put in an audio source. Okay. Thank you, Alexis. Yeah, so here we are. This guy just thinks he can just unalive you. And when you think that's okay, then that's what they'll do. You give the government an inch and they'll take your life. What's up, one message?
Yeah, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Oh, pretty good.
Yeah, I guess I was kind of just confused. I heard you you were reading that or whatever. I mean, are you in favor of these things coming to America?
Okay, so can you explain to me how you connect me being against executing people who have not been found guilty of a crime with me being okay with? Well, hold on. How do you connect with me having an issue with you executing without any evidence being presented before a court and me wanting the Ruggs to be here? Can you tell me that connection?
Yeah. So there's a difference between war and then there's a difference between committing crime.
We're not in war.
It would most definitely be a war.
No, we're not in war. No, you can state that you're in war. The Congress has not declared war. This is not a war. I got the war on Ruggs. Was not a war.
It is, though.
It isn't.
I mean, whether or not Congress says it
literally is not a war. Literally.
So then millions of
Americans
unaliving every single year. You would not say that'd be a war?
A war because somebody chooses to ingest a product and then either gets a bad product and unalives because they don't realize how much they're ingesting, or they themselves ingest too much and unalive.
What do you say about the people who are forced to, sell, and if they don't, then they're going to be unalived or it puts their family at risk?
Well, that's a crime.
Yeah, so crimes happen.
So yes, and we do what with criminals? We prosecute them.
Yeah, people who unalive innocent Americans.
Yeah. And you bring up hypotheticals that don't really happen.
Well, they do. What about
on a rampant scale? How many people every year are forced to do what you just said they're doing?
Oh, probably millions.
Can you cite that source? No. Message. Cite that source. That millions of people are being forced to sell Ruggs.
Oh, 100%. Especially Mexicans.
Pull it up.
Especially Mexicans.
Pull it up, sir. But you made an absolutely ridiculous claim. No. You can stay. You can stay. Go ahead and cite your source, and then you can go on. But we're not going to move along until you cite your source or say, "Well, I could be wrong, and maybe I'm over-exaggerating." You can do that too. So one of the other two. We're not moving on until you cite your source, buddy. Go for it.
Yeah, I would say it could be an over-exaggeration, but to say that it's not happening would be a fallacy.
Okay, so what do you think the actual number is? Thousands?
Probably
hundreds?
Maybe 10,000.
Maybe? Do you have a source for that?
No, but I would say that's probably close to normal.
So you're just making it up off the top of your head?
Well, no, it's the truth, though.
Okay. Well, how many pew-pews around the world unalive people?
Oh, probably not.
What's that?
I mean, a lot, probably.
A lot, yeah. How many of those pew-pews come from the U.S.?
Maybe 50%.
Okay, so we have a product that we're selling to other people that unalive a lot of people around the world, right? Would you say that's accurate?
Yeah, I would say that was accurate, yeah.
Okay, so should other countries and or Americans be able to go after the people who are distributing those pew-pews?
So distributing our weapons?
Sure.
I would say if they were distributing those weapons to T groups, I would say that we had a right to absolutely decimate them.
Are we at war?
We should be.
Is that a war when somebody is distributing a product that is designed to kill?
Yeah, if for example, if the UK distributed weapons to a T group, we should probably just decimate the UK as well.
So you disagree with keeping us from being able to hold manufacturers and distributors accountable in suing them, right? Because that's what we do as a country. We don't allow people to sue them.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, so you think there's maybe some hypocrisy here where the distributors, and this is assumed distributors, because I have no evidence to suggest that the people that were in that boat actually were distributing, because they didn't get any evidence. They blew it all up, right?
So before it could happen, yeah.
So you see the hypocrisy, though, where we're saying the people distributing this thing that somebody is ingesting of their own personal choice, we get to unalive them, but the other people here that are distributing these pew-pews, we can't do anything about that. There is hypocrisy. You agree?
Yeah, I would agree on that, yeah.
Okay. So you want to be able to unalive rug smugglers, or would you rather take them to court like we've always done?
I think both.
You think, okay, so in what instance would you be able to unalive the person as opposed to take them to court?
Yeah, I think you can do both. I think that you can go through the court process and then unalive them afterwards, like public execution or something.
And I would agree with you there. That's something you and I can agree on. That's what our process looks like, right? The due process. And we used to interdict.
Half the time they're not up for death penalty, though.
Well, we have the authority to interdict those boats, like that one that he just pew-pewed, right? We have the authority to board them.
Yeah, but then that puts U.S. soldiers at risk.
We do it all the time. And I'm not even sure that in the process over the last 10 years that we've had, like, mass pew-pewings of soldiers that are interdicting rug boats. I don't think that happens. I don't think that's a regular thing. Yet we do it all the time.
It's not regular, but there's still a level of risk and security.
Sure. So instead just unalive them, because there may be, there was one guy like 5 years ago that pew-pewed one of our border patrol and or whoever the fuck they're using there. I assume military.
Yeah, I think it's a better use of resources
to just unalive them. So
yeah,
it's cheaper.
Why should Americans pay for them to go to court? I think that you can just skip that whole process by just like unaliving them in general.
So, it's going to save us some money. So just kill them.
Right? Yeah, I mean, why not? We could give that to a homeless child, or a kid that's starving in America.
That actually reminds me of what Brian Kilmeade said. Did you hear what Brian Kilmeade said about homeless people? He said just involuntary lethal injection.
Oh, I think that's horrible.
Yeah, I mean, but it's cheaper. So if the goal is to save money, do we know that those people on the boat weren't?
Oh, I mean, 100%.
You're 100% certain that we know that the people on the boat were not U.S. people?
Yeah, I mean, if they weren't, why weren't they going through a legal border of entry?
I don't know. Can civilians cross the ocean in a boat?
Well, sure, if they have a passport.
Okay, so if you've got people that are crossing a boat in the ocean, and you're like, hey, there might be drugs on there, and I don't trust this administration to not lie to me anyway, because they do it all the time. We're just supposed to assume that they know for a fact, 100% fact, that there's bricks of whatever.
Yeah, because when you travel, there's communication that you have. So
okay,
if the boat wasn't communicating with somebody, then I mean, obviously
you trust, but you're okay with just blowing them up because it saves money. Even though you said
it also saves American lives.
Okay, but you will lobby the government also to allow Americans to sue distributors and manufacturers for the crimes that are committed with pew-pews.
Yeah, because I think both are good in certain circumstances.
Do we blow them up?
Oh, we could, and I wouldn't have a problem with it.
You'd be okay with pew-pewing like the leaders of the pew-pew manufacturers?
Oh, I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, depending on what the circumstances are. I mean, why wouldn't I be?
Hey, at least you're trying to be consistent. Unlike this country.
Yeah, I mean, because American citizens are more important than any other country in the world.
Well, I say trying because I think that you'll turn around and go back and you would argue otherwise with pew-pew manufacturers. You say, we have a right and we shouldn't be able to do that because it'll hurt the pew-pew manufacturers.
Well, I mean, for example, like what happened in Minneapolis, I think that whatever manufacturer that was that caused the unaliving of like innocent children in a Catholic church, I think that they should be decimated or publicly executed just as much as the trans person.
So like the person that sold the pew-pew, because not necessarily the manufacturer in that instance, because they didn't really, So, I mean, look, I want due process. That's what I want. I want us to stick to what we have rights to do, right? And that is you take them to court. This is how we operate. I don't think we need to go into like savage mode and just start unaliving people. I just disagree with that. But that doesn't mean that I want them to be bringing rugs over here. You know,
So do you think by doing it the legal way increases the chances of it not happening, or do you think that the more violent approach would be of it happening less?
okay, I'm a little confused by the question. Are you asking, do I think that by unaliving them, it's going to reduce the amount of rugs?
Yes.
No,
Why not?
because there's a market. And money speaks volumes. If there's a market for it, people are going to figure out a way to do it. I mean,
Well, yeah,
dude,
I mean,
they
I
have
would say-
submarines. You know, even back, I think in the late 80s, they were using these little submarines to ferry rugs into the U.S. They're going to
Yeah, yeah.
find a way. And for every one boat that is captured, there are any number of other boats that are not.
Yeah, but I mean, at some point, I mean, the amount that you continuously do it, then they're going to be like, well, I mean, it's almost at the risk at what we're going to for what we're going to be getting back in return for our ROI profit. It isn't worth it anymore.
Well, you got to ask this. Do you think people have a right to choose to do rugs?
Yeah.
Okay, so wouldn't the better option, and I've posed this before because I'm a proponent of just legalizing them all. Legalizing all rugs. And maybe not that fucking crocodile shit. I don't even know. I don't understand that. That's weird shit. I don't get that. But legalizing all the rugs, and that would strip the money from those cartels, because then you could buy it legally here, regulated. You know, when you go to the pharmacist to get your whatever the fuck it is, you know it's going to be pure and it's going to be regulated and safe. Why don't we do that? That would, I mean, would that not strip the cartels of a lot of money and power?
I would say depending on what it was and if it would unalive Americans or not.
Well, I mean, people are going to unalive themselves through any number of things. People have been using rugs since the beginning of time. This is, animals do it too. They seek out certain plants that will make them feel whatever. This is, you know what I mean? Like, you're never going to stop rugs. I mean,
yeah, true. I mean, I would agree.
and I don't like that the government says, hey, you can't do that to your own body. You can't put that. You can't feel good. What are you doing? You've got to suffer. We're going to make your life suck, and then we're going to tell you that you can't do anything that makes you feel better. Is that not weird? It's kind of weird.
Yeah, I mean, I would say depending on what it was. I mean, because I would say F wouldn't be making you feel good. I would say it's like more destroying you or put you more at risk to harm yourself.
Well, you may not know this, but there are people that seek out F because their tolerance has become so high for the other stuff that you know what I mean? And you can ingest a lot less of that with the same out. You know what I mean? Like your tolerance goes. So it's not as if there is zero use to Fent. It does have a use. Now, I'm not saying allow something like that necessarily to be in the public, but if people can get their opiates, for example, in a safe way, I think that's...
Yeah, I would be for that.
Yeah, and I think that would undermine the cartels even more, because what we saw whenever states, especially southern states, started legalizing the MJ, sure, you still have, small pockets of, what we would call black market, but the amount of money that those cartels lost was tremendous just with the MJ. So if we want to deal with the situation, I think we need to start telling the government to get the fuck out of our lives.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, would then in turn say we had somebody who was Democrat in office or a Democratic administration, I don't think that their approach would be to legalize it on a standard for U.S. citizens. I think that they would honestly kind of take the same approach.
In like, what do you mean? Give me an example.
I think that they would take more of a legal process in terms of trying to do damage to the cartels versus, obviously the administration now in terms of just we see them and we unalive them, which is kind of more of what I'm for. But I don't think that they would ever put it on a standard of like MJ.
You mean like to? Well, I mean, I'm saying that they should be, and they don't even have to like push that and promote that. If they legalized it all and allowed manufacturers to manufacture it here, that would fix itself. Because some company is going to be like, oh shit, we can make a fuckload of money off of this, and then still cater to people who have those, have those addictions, what have you, and then you can take your tax dollars from those things and you can put it towards education, you can put it towards recovery, and you can push people to get out of that stuff. You know what I mean? Like smokes, for example. Great example of how they, kind of turned that around.
Yeah,
But
yeah. I do like what they're doing now in regulating, like specifically like, vape products and stuff like that right now. I'm in favor of that. Yeah.
yeah, and they can tax the fuck out of it, and not to the level where it's going to be way cheaper to go to the black market necessarily, but I think that's a way to fix it. And you're right, neither administration, neither Democrats or Republicans are going to do that. I don't think, because they, I don't know, they want the government to tell us all what to do, and I think it's bullshit.
Do you think that it's more on the basis of we need to have a consistent division, not only with like what the topic is now, but like with multiple other topics and situations that they have to have a consistent division in order to have majority?
You mean division within like the base, like liberals versus conservatives? Oh, I know they both engage in that because it makes it easier for them to do whatever corporations want while we're sitting here bitching to each other about something stupid.
Yeah. So but I know it says liberal loudmouth. Are you tend to be more democratic, or would you say that you also would have some like conservative values as well?
Oh, I absolutely have. There are many things that I agree with conservatives on. There are many things I agree with libertarians on, but I do lean more to the left. Socialized medicine, if you want to call it that, universal health care, things like that.
Okay. But with universal health care, do you think that would have a more damaging effect on Americans in terms of like lost profit for money that's being distributed in America, or do you think that it would be more beneficial?
I think it'd be more beneficial. Like, I'm not going to cry over some, multi-billionaire being, lesser multi-billionaire. You know what I mean? Like, they've already made their fucking money. That doesn't concern me. Insurance companies going under, that doesn't concern me because we're watching another revolution in economics, as we saw in the Industrial Revolution, caused a lot of jobs to be lost. Robots, AI are going to take over anyway. So, you know what? Disrupt those industries, because the fact of the matter is we got people going fucking bankrupt when they have a heart attack and just happen to not have any kind of insurance. And that's in the richest country on earth. Elon Musk about to get $1 trillion deal with Tesla over 10 years. And we got people here that are declaring bankruptcy over medical debt. So, yeah, I think it'll be a huge boon to it. Because, imagine what you pay in premiums if you and the company didn't have to pay that. Because the amount of tax increase that would have to occur is going to be less than the total amount that everybody is paying currently for health insurance and or deductibles, etc. Yeah, I think it'll be a definite huge benefit, especially to businesses, because they pay a lot of money for those premiums.
Yeah, in particular, do you think that billionaires in general are bad, or do you think that? Because personally, from the standpoint I think that billionaires are beneficial to America, and specifically like just with our economic system in general. And I think that the more money that billionaires make benefits the American people.
So billionaires, it really depends to me on how they've made their money. For example, Bill Gates. That man deserves to be a multi-billionaire because of what he invented, right? He actually created something that changed the world, right? Philo Farnsworth, the guy that created the TV, even though he invented the TV, even though he did that, he ended up not making shit because another company ended up stealing it, basically. He should have been a very wealthy person. But when it comes to somebody who just pushes money around, I don't, you know what I mean? That to me is just kind of weird. And I've noticed that like billionaires they have little remorse for the things they do because they have a goal and they don't care what they do to meet that goal. And a lot of times people get injured on the way. I don't like that. So I can't really generalize. Oh, it looks like we lost him. I can't really generalize to the billionaires because you'd have to look at each individual case. That's what I'd have to say. But I think generally speaking, billionaires, somebody that becomes a billionaire, didn't always play by the rules. And we went from like having 15 people requesting up to having one. I don't know what happened. That's funny. Let me bring in the next guest here, Seven Udge. I don't know what that means. All right. Seven Udge, what's up? Hello. 3, 2, 1. All right. Bye-bye. All right, now here's Joseph. There's nobody in the request box, so if you're wanting up, hit that request button. What's up, Joseph?
Hey, how are you doing?
Oh, pretty good.
All right. Sorry. Do I need to introduce myself? 30.
No, you're good.
Texas, but
You're good. Go ahead.
okay. I don't know. I was listening to you talk about that. The boat. I'll say is explosions. TikTok safe language. The boat booms with that one guy, and man, I have never met somebody whose whole political stance was we should publicly unalive as many people as possible whenever they're accused of a crime as that guy. Like at the end of the day,
The one that was up here just now?
yeah, a minute.
Okay, right.
Yeah. He was, I don't know. Like, I think the thing that I really need to emphasize is that the boats that we boomed, we had allegations, we had accusations on that boat. We gave that boat no opportunity to defend itself against those allegations, and we unalived those boats because of our accusations.
Right.
Now, if we applied this standard anywhere else, it would be absolute insanity. I'll put it this way. We could reference the CK thing last week, if you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
They brought in 2 innocent guys before the third. And if we listened to that last dude's standard, 2 innocent people would have been immediately publicly unalived before we got the right guy. And that, I'm sorry.
And that
in
guy
no version-
acknowledged that we should, go to court and, we can execute it thereafter. But still,
Yeah.
like, for some reason, had this different view when it comes to this. Yeah. It's weird.
And it's absolutely wild that people can sit there and look at that and think that that is an okay thing. It's simply not. Like, if we want to be a country with laws, we have to have adequate due process. Because if there's any situation in which we do not give due process for violating our laws, then anyone can simply be accused of that situation to circumvent the legal system.
That's right.
Like it's that simple. Like it's 2-step thinking, and it blows my mind.
Yeah, and no matter how costly, it is to go through the process of due process, we should stick to it because of what you just said right now.
Exactly. Like, if my tax dollars go to, there's a few things I'd like my tax dollars to go to, but making sure that everybody gets legal representation and proper due process is one of the most important things that tax dollars can go to.
That's
in
right.
any sort of just society. Like that and feeding kids are my 1 and 2, but yeah.
Absolutely. No, I completely agree with you. The last guy was. I mean, look, I appreciate his candor, but I feel like if that were any other circumstance, he would then argue against it and argue for due process if it was somebody that like he agreed with. It was like the
I think
J6.
you're right.
He was sitting in jail for so long and they didn't even charge him. I heard that for a long time, even though it wasn't really true.
I agree with that too. I just think that it goes into the whole thing like for many conservatives, until the problem is on their front door, they refuse to acknowledge that it might be a problem.
Yeah.
But when you refuse to acknowledge it like that, you're guaranteeing eventually it'll be at your front door.
That's
And
right.
when it's there, everyone who would have helped you already threw in the slammer without due process.
Yeah, and think about it. Like the opiate crisis. It wasn't a problem until it started hitting middle-class white neighborhoods.
Mm-hmm.
And when it was hitting their own people, that was when they started freaking out. But when it was just poor and minorities, they didn't care.
That's how it always goes.
Mm-hmm.
It's always their problem until it's your problem too. Then it's a crisis.
Right.
But if we just intervened in an appropriate way a little sooner to address the needs of the minority who were affected by it initially, whatever it is, I'm not saying the opioid crisis, but just whatever the problem is, it always starts small. It's always going to hit a disenfranchised community first, right? Like that's just how it goes. And if you don't solve it then, it's just ticking until it gets to the white working middle class. So pretending it's not a problem until the boot is on your neck absolutely doesn't work.
Just like this Trump supporter, he's old guy, I guess a vet. He was all in favor of Trump until they actually arrested and threatened to deport his wife, who was white and from Europe. I don't remember which country, like Poland or something like that. And he was like, this isn't right. And I'm like, oh, but you were totally okay with it when it was those people. Well, when it's those people, it's different.
Look, I know it's a sensitive topic, but with the big event of last week, he was willing to sacrifice all of our kids to pew-pew violence.
Right? Matter of
fact. That's all I'm going to say. When it was happening to our kids, he said that some losses were acceptable to maintain that two-way. So when it came to get hit, like I said, it's never a problem until it's on their front door. When it was my kids, it wasn't a problem. When it was their kids, it wasn't even a problem. It wasn't until it was their idols.
Yeah, and a matter of fact, I'm going to play this video real quick since you brought that up. Let me move this over. There we go.
You'll never live in a society when you have an armed citizenry and you won't have a single gun death. That is nonsense. It's drivel. But I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year.
It's worth it. It's worth it.
Well,
live by the sword, die by the sword, as they say. Right?
Exactly. Now, according to the right, it was never worth it. And it's actually pure justification to start a civil W and start rounding it whoever they want up on the left, which is just advocating more violence.
There are T groups. Now, I've got somebody else that has requested. So, Joseph, it's been a pleasure to talk to you. I appreciate you. I'll go ahead and drop it down now and bring in this other guest. I appreciate it, man.
Awesome. You have a good one. Bye.
Yeah, you too. See you. Now, real quick, and guys, if you want to come up here, especially if you are opposition, I'd love to talk to you. Blown, what's up, man?
Hey, how's it going, boss?
Pretty good.
So, I kind of just joined in, but I read that I'm assuming you're not okay with smugglers getting, unalived. I'm assuming, is that your position?
Yeah, I mean, I'm against anybody being executed without due process.
Sure. Okay, so let me put it to you this way: say somebody was coming into your house, right, and they had some type of weapon, right? Do you feel that you as a law-abiding citizen, do you feel that you have the right to protect yourself if you felt that there was a threat coming to harm you?
Okay, so there's a difference between an imminent threat and a threat.
Sure. So, I mean, what's your, I mean.
So somebody that's in my home that has a pew pew and shouldn't be there, that is an imminent threat.
So let me put it this way. Okay, this is a better question. This is a better statement. Say you seen a car outside your house, right? He wasn't on your property, right? But you seen 4 guys jump out with, let's say something that could hurt you, right? They all jump out, right? What would be your as a normal person, what would be your immediate position? What would you do as a human? What would be your first reaction?
So they're at my house?
Sure, yeah, they're at your house, correct. And they're not on your property, but you see 4 guys just jump out with, let's just say they all have weapons. Let's just put it that way. They all have weapons, but they haven't jumped on your property, but they're right outside your house. What are you going to,
are they aimed at me? Are they coming to me? Like, are they looking at me and screaming at me? What is the context there?
But let's say they had masks on, right? They all had masks. You could see that they're a threat. How would you handle that?
Well, that depends, because in this country, people have a right to carry arms.
Sure.
Right? So in that instance, what they're doing technically is not illegal.
Absolutely.
So what you do is observe and you wait and see what happens. Now, if they turn to you and their attention is on you, if there's 4 guys, and it's just me, that's not a fight that you're going to win.
If they're heading your way, say you have some big property, but you have some land.
You take cover.
You're going to take cover?
Of course you take cover. Yeah, and
then you're going to take cover from.
You pew one of them, and you're going to get.
You're not going to protect yourself.
Pew-pewed.
You're just going to take cover.
Well, why wouldn't you take cover?
Why wouldn't your first process?
Do you think you're Rambo in this situation where you got 4 armed dudes?
No. I'm just.
No. You can call the cops. Sure.
It's not that hard of a question.
It's a hypothetical. Okay.
Sure, but it brings into the point of this whole thing.
No, it doesn't. It's a faulty comparison between what we're talking about. It is.
Absolutely not.
It is.
Okay, so
it is because the Caribbean
if it doesn't make sense to you,
Ocean.
then I want to break it down to you.
It's very quick. I'm going to show you why. This is a faulty comparison.
Go ahead.
I'm just going to pull something up here.
Okay.
Do you see this right here?
Sure. Okay.
This is allegedly where they're at, right?
Okay. Sure.
Where's the U.S.?
Up.
How many miles?
Sure. So that's why I brought up the hypothetical, correct?
If you want a good comparison, what you're going to say is, if there's somebody 3,000 miles away from your house and they have rugs and your child is an addict, that's a better comparison. What would you do? What I would do is say it's illegal to have rugs, and therefore you can be prosecuted for having rugs. Now, can you be prosecuted for having rugs in the Caribbean? The world says that you can, and we've been given authority to interdict those boats.
You think that we should just continue? We have continued to let this happen over and over and over, and we have put people in jail, and we have used our resources to a point where enough is enough. I understand that you feel that and your position was very clear. You made it very clear that you should just hide and cover when somebody's at your house. So I already know how you are as a man.
Okay, so no. Okay, so we've got we've got Rambo on the panel here. This guy is going to stand in front of 4 armed people, not take cover, and what are you going to do? You're going to pew them all? Now, if you have a Gatling gun, I can see that. Yeah, just take them all out, man. Just take them all out because you're fucking Rambo.
Sure.
Bro, you don't take cover. What kind of man are you? Taking cover. You stand there in front of them, and you, with your sidearm, you bam, bam, and then you get the 3rd one, and you're like bam, and then you get the 4th one, and then you dodge the bullet. Come on. What are you gonna do?
That was good. I gotta give it to you. That was funny as fuck.
Yes, you take cover because the goal is to stay alive long enough to get to the 4th one.
That was kind of. I understand your point on that. You understand what I'm saying. I understand. That was funny. How that was a good point. That was funny. That was a good point. But what I'm saying is, Man, listen, I understand your position. People shouldn't be unalived without due process. I agree to a
That's
certain degree.
it.
I agree
Yes.
to a certain degree. I see your point, and it's a very valid point. But I also see the other side of things, and I hope you can see. I hope that it's not just blinded to you that like there's one-sidedness. I believe that, you know, even though it isn't right, I don't believe it's right. I understand it, and I believe that I gotta trust what President Trump's doing as a president, and I don't
So,
know.
look, I understand why people have that reaction. I get it. Especially people who have had people that, unalived, either unintentionally or what have you, especially with like opiates.
Sure.
But again, these are personal choices that they're making. The ones that are distributing it are simply feeding a market that exists, right? The people that are taking the drugs are at fault for their own unaliving. They are. They're the ones that ingested it, unless it was mixed with something else, and that is a problem. That's a huge problem. But again, this goes back to what I made the point with the first guy, and that is we should legalize all drugs so that when people need that stuff, because they do and they will, we've been using drugs since the beginning of time, right? If you legalize those drugs, they can go to the store and they know that what they're getting is not tainted.
Listen, I'll tell you this much, dude. I am totally not against like rugs and stuff. Like, I am totally for everything that like the legal way. But there has to be a way that we stop all this other stuff that's coming in. It's a serious thing. I mean, I'm seeing it. I live in Dallas. I live the party life, dude. I mean, I see it. I live the party life, bro. So like I see the things that are happening, and it's a problem. It's not just like numbers. I'm seeing it like real life happen to people.
Well,
So,
do you
like,
know what? One of the main drivers of people to use drugs is poverty. Because the people that end up just where their life becomes seeking that kind of stuff is a life that is full of stress. Because when people have stressful lives due to poverty, generally speaking, they will look for an out.
Do you think do you think a lot of it comes from influence as well? What people are seeing, what people are reading, what people are putting in their minds?
For some, maybe, sure. But whenever, I was around drugs my whole life, but I didn't get into the party life. And I didn't get into drugs. There are people that do that. There are also addicts who are very functional, right? I think most addicts are relatively functional, especially with opiates. You would never know that a person was addicted to them until they run out and they get sick. And so what the U.S. did was make it so difficult to get those drugs. With the DEA, when they passed those laws and stuff and basically restricted doctors, started putting doctors in jail.
Who did that? Who was the one that did
Obama
that?
and Donald Trump both did that. Yeah, and they made it more difficult. Yes. And then that drove people to the streets to get it. And because it's cheaper to cut things with the fend, they
So
ended
what
up
do we
doing that.
do?
What you legalize the drugs.
You legalize it.
And well, if not all drugs, yes, and hear me out. If not all drugs, right? Those where if you're addicted to it, you can get it, and you can get the product that is clean and is not going to unalive you.
That's crazy.
Well,
That's a crazy stance, bro. That's a crazy stance.
Okay,
dog.
why does the government get to tell you what you can and can't put in your body?
I mean, we can take a look at what's happened with what is it, Seattle, that decriminalized everything, and look at how that turned out. I mean,
Look at prohibition. Look at prohibition.
California.
No. Look what happened at prohibition. What propped up after prohibition?
Tell me.
Mafia and gangs and
I agree.
cartels. This is what happens when you create a black market,
A
which
problem.
is what they've done. Yes.
Create a problem.
If you take away the legs from the black market, it won't be as effective as they currently are, and they won't have nearly as much money.
I can't agree with you on that. I really just
Look,
can't.
if you sit down and you really think about
I
it,
really don't.
it makes
see that-
sense.
because we've seen it time and time again. We take a look at California, we take a look at Seattle, we take a look at all these places that have decriminalized it or made it legal, and it's just okay. I can't say the words on here because TikTok, but the W drug, like that.
The W?
The green, sure, whatever it's called, whatever.
MJ?
Yeah, the MJ, sure, whatever. Like,
Okay.
I don't see a problem with that, but at the same point, I don't see a reason to. I mean, I don't see a reason to make it legal. I don't see a reason to make it legal or illegal. I don't see a problem.
Okay, so you don't have to say, okay, every convenience store you can sell this stuff, right? You don't have to do that, but if you have an addiction,
Sure.
the best way to keep somebody from accidentally unaliving is by making sure that they can get that alongside the ability for them to go and get help for free. Now, the rugs necessarily wouldn't be free, but the help to get them off of those would be free. Because rug markets will always, in every country on the whole earth, will always be a thing. People will always seek them out. There will always be a market for it. And you're not going to get rid of the demand for it. You're not. And if you won't get rid of the demand for it, you're not going to get rid of the manufacturing of it and the distribution thereof. You just won't. You can mitigate it in certain ways through helping people get off of those things.
Right.
But humans are going to do what humans are going to do, man.
And
It's
that's the problem, and that's where I want you to understand, because we'll take a look at Oregon. I mean, Oregon, when they decided to make it quote unquote not, whatever the word is, not legal, more people overdosed. That's crazy to think about. When it became less regulated, more people overdosed. Why is that?
On what?
In Oregon, when they decriminalized small amounts of rugs, early results showed both increase in overdose deaths and better access to treatment.
Yeah, the problem there is that they are getting tainted product.
And that's the problem. And I agree. So we shouldn't even be able to access this. I totally agree.
Well, if there's a product that they need, if you are allowing some entity to produce it purely, then you won't have those accidental, like it's mixed with something else or whatever, because most rug addicts aren't trying to unalive themselves, right?
Well, I honestly,
most of them aren't. Most of them are not.
A big percentage of them don't care. I would say that. A big percentage,
maybe.
I would say almost a 50% don't care whether they are alive or not.
You can still help them, right? And this goes back to like healthcare in this country. We basically have none. If you're poor and your whole life revolves around getting your next fix, like that's a shitty life, and you don't have really many options for it.
I don't know what we do. And I hate to sound like a Republican on this, but I really don't have any other idea other than insane asylums or jail.
Well, what I can say is that holding distributors to execution accountability is not the answer. Because you could unalive every boat that you see, and the rugs are still going to make it to the shores. They'll find a different way.
Yes,
they will. And what you've done, and what you've done though there is set precedent that there are certain types of people that we can just unalive without any kind of due process whatsoever. That's not okay.
No, I actually agree with you on that 100%. Once it's without boat, it's going to be something else. Submarine. I mean, they'll find ways.
Yeah, they used hell back in the 80s. They were taking submarines into Florida.
Yeah, I mean, there'll always be ways. But
because they have a lot of money. Those cartels have a lot of fucking money. I mean, they'll build out boats specifically for it. I mean, it's, so and for all we know, they know that those people they're gonna focus on these speedboats, these, go fast boats, I think is what they call them.
Yeah.
And so they'll send some decoys out there, and it could be possible that those weren't even people on board.
Yeah.
That,
I don't know, because I really think I don't think there'll be much more boats being shot at. I don't think this will be a continuance, because people are going to start speaking out against it pretty soon.
well, I thought that after the second boat, and then just yesterday,
feel like people
I was
are gonna
like,
be
what the fuck are
well,
we
it's
doing?
because CNN is so worried about other shit. The newscasts are the reason why they're worried about so much other shit than like real shit that is really like important, I believe, in my opinion. Because people are losing their lives either way of the spectrum. So it's a great topic, man. I want to hear other people's stance on it.
Yeah.
Because I'm still very new to it, and I don't want to sound ignorant. So I'm gonna.
Well, I'll tell you what. Yeah, I'll drop you down if you want to hang out in the comments. I'll bring a few people up, and you're welcome to come back up if you'd like.
Sure, boss man.
All right, man. I appreciate you being up here. Good conversation. All right, Helene, you were next. And thank you for being patient. Sorry that ran on a little longer, but I thought it was an interesting conversation. Helene, welcome in.
Hey, thanks for having me up.
Yeah, what's up?
First, I just want to make a small constructive comment, if that's okay.
Sure.
Yes, so I think that your prompt is great, except that I would maybe change it, because it presupposes that they're smugglers. So I would say Trump attacks third boat is unaliving boaters without proof of smuggling. Okay. Because you've
Sure.
got smugglers in there. We don't even know that, right?
That's fair.
But the thing, yeah. So the word choices and things like that. One of the things I'm finding is, as I explore the MAGA world, I've been studying it for 10 years, but not talking to people as much. And I just started doing that recently. Is how much misunderstanding there is, because, and we all know this, people fly by things that are written. And people don't always write with precision. And I don't mean you in that case, by the way. I was just.
I'm limited to the characters. I actually rewrote that like 3 times because it was getting
I thought
too
about
long.
that.
I was okay with this because even if they are smugglers, they
Agreed.
shouldn't be unalived. So
Agreed.
if I can just concede to them, like, hey, let's assume that they are right. Let's assume that what they're saying, they have information that there was rugs that were placed on there, and they know for a fact that it's not okay.
Also, before, when you two were talking about, do you take cover or protect yourself? I think you were saying, I'm going to do both. He assumed it was very black and white. It was either or. And that just takes you down a whole other path that wasn't even necessary. I think you meant that, right?
But I thought it was funny because it's like 4 people, and I'm like, dude, I'm not going to start pew-pewing at 4 armed people without some kind of like, a place to get out of that situation. Like, I'm going to stand right up against the wall, and I'm just going to start blasting. We'll see what happens.
So,
take it
so
over my dead body.
What I'm finding when I talk to some Trump supporters is that there's and this could be true of liberals as well, but there's a lot of and I think we all agree there's a lot of misunderstanding or really no knowledge of how the country developed a lot of laws, like things like due process and things like that in the first place. And so I was speaking to somebody. Sorry, that's so distracting to me.
I'm sorry. I tried to turn it down. No. You're good. It's
okay.
I made it that way, but keep going. Make your point.
Okay, yeah. So, for instance, I was listening to a group where one of the women who was a Trump supporter said, "Well, I don't want some guy to be a pilot just because of his ethnicity or he's a minority and he doesn't have a degree or anything." I mean, this is I mean, people really take everything so literally and they're not thinking about it and realizing that, of course, they also have to have the training and a
Right.
degree before, right? So,
Yeah.
but the problem is people don't realize and here's another thing, people don't understand how the FCC, and this is kind of my area, but how the founders and so on through the years, the FCC, the establishment of the FCC was built to again keep balance and keep a check on everyone. There are very strict laws about, for instance, how many broadcast entities one single owner can have. Why? Because
Mhm.
you don't want to have people have control of the airwaves,
Right.
control of information, because then they can use it to other ends. And they always wanted to keep things balanced. We used to have something called the Fairness Doctrine. You may be too young to remember,
No,
but it used
I'm well aware. Yes.
yeah, so that's gone, and I'm sorry, but that was also a GOP effort to get rid of the Fairness Doctrine. So that again, that also affected us in terms of the media and where and how we get information. We don't. They made it law that we don't have to hear both sides of an issue anymore. That's what they
Right.
did.
It's a problem.
It's a
The-
problem, and my biggest, maybe, well, one of the biggest contributors, I believe, is the Section 230 problem. The fact that social platforms, the owners of social platforms, do not have responsibility for what's on their platform. In my view, they are no different from publishers and should definitely have that responsibility. And so it's just become, frankly, as we all know, it's just unfortunately without some kind of management. I'm a free press advocate, but I believe in censorship only for children's benefit. Only while people's brains are developing and they're learning, they
Okay.
need role
So
models. They need to see what is good in the world as much as they see what's not so good. And right now that's weighted the other way, I think. Sorry.
okay. So
Yeah.
you believe that the social media company should be able to be sued if they say something and it causes a problem?
No, I think that they should have to adhere to the same level of responsibility, for instance, regarding obscenity, for instance, like a newspaper is.
Why?
Why?
Mhm.
Because, well, okay, I'll try to say this quickly, but I think it's really key. Um, our children, as they grow, and now this is multi generational, so I'm talking about a lot of adults now, didn't always have, just the way the world works and the way our economy has worked and how we had to have double incomes to make it because of income equality. People did not always have role models that they came home to after school. There
Okay.
was nobody there but TV, music. That was bad enough. But now with social media, there's everything. And let's face it, there's not a lot of
So who
good.
determines like what
The
that's on
Supreme Court
social
already
media?
did it. The Supreme Court already did it for in terms of all of our media for broadcast and newspaper. They said a level of obscenity or things that are dangerous, like
Okay.
yelling fire and that kind of thing. Yeah.
Okay, so obscenity though is usually related to, sexual stuff. Profanity.
Right. But also,
Yeah,
right.
so the government should be the arbiter of what is obscene. Who determines this?
So I have my own thoughts about how the people should and could be part of that process. I think the people should be embedded in that process. I think embedded sounds manipulative. I don't mean it to. I actually believe that people don't understand how journalism is a check on government. It's the ultimate check on government.
Okay.
How journalists, for the most part, they believe that they're all like the talking heads on TV, but they're not. They don't make a heck of a lot of money, and they do believe in factual reporting. Um, people don't understand how to find credible sources, how journalists find credible sources, how they weigh a source, and get.
Okay, I get all that.
Yeah.
How does that connect to what we were just talking about with social
So
media?
okay, so I believe that there's ways to have American people, just as we rotate through the jury system, I think we should rotate through the press in the same way. I really believe, because if we don't have agreed upon truth among us, what's factual and what's not, we're lost, and we already know that. We've seen it. We're seeing it now. So
Okay, can you give me an example
of
of what you mean that was just truth that people didn't believe, but in your mind was truth?
that people didn't believe? I mean, I feel like it's a lot of what we see on social media or what people take away. And so truth was Trump saying there are good people on both sides. I heard it. Many media streamed it at the same time. Social media streamed it at the same time. But Trump supporters say it was out of context. What I say to them is it's impossible, since it was live and we all heard it at the same time. Number one, they didn't all conspire to have the same edits at the same time in real time. Not only that, it's impossible. It's impossible.
Okay, so to you, what was he talking about?
In Charlotte, in Charlottesville, rather?
Yeah, in your mind, what was he saying that there were good people on both sides?
Since the context, I believe, was the people who were being chanting and being violent there that night, and the people who were protesting it. So he was saying there were good people who were part of the group that was chanting anti-Semitic, chants.
Okay. So that's what you believe. And other people disagreed and said that there was context.
They said it was out of context.
So what should happen to those people that said that it was out of context?
I don't think anything should happen to them. I think they need to be made aware of the fact that that was absolutely what he said. There's no way to find any other context for it, because it was live, and many people streamed it at the same time.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I appreciate it, Helene, for you being up here. Thank you very much. I've got a couple of people that have been waiting for a little bit, so I'm going to bring them on. It was a pleasure. Thank you.
You too.
See
you
ya.
too. Thank you.
All right. Beast, you've been waiting for a minute. Let me bring you up here. What's up, Beast? Uh-oh, Beast is just buffering. Beast is buffering, so I'm gonna. Oh, there you are. What's up, man?
Hey, I think I accidentally connected. I didn't mean to come up.
All right, I'll go ahead and drop you. Thank you, Beast. Reef. What's up, Reef? Now there are no more requests. There were a bunch, and then people kind of just dropped off. So if you'd like to come up and chat, please hit the request button. And also, don't forget to tap the screen. We haven't even hit 10,000 likes yet. We have been on for an hour now, so we should be to 10,000 at least. So please tap the screen. Also, I have a gifting goal of 50 donuts. If you'd like to support the show, please send some gifts. It doesn't have to be donuts. You can send other gifts as well. And let me go through here. Eric, thank you for the 5 donuts. I appreciate that. Booja Baby, thank you for the 12 roses. Itty Bitty, thank you for the 7 donuts. Booja, thank you for those roses and that heart. Oh, that was sent to Joseph. I get a piece of that for the record. Powerpuff said Disco Love. Awesome. Thank you, Powerpuff. Let me see. Did I miss anybody? RL Cells sent some roses. Thank you for those roses. And that person just buffered. So we have nobody in the request box. So about social media, that's a tricky one, because it'd be like saying that you can't walk out to the public square and offer an opinion if that opinion doesn't jive with what other people want it to be. Right? I don't know that we should hold social media people accountable for and or tell them that they can't say certain things, etc. I don't know. I think that's, getting into some intervention here, because this is our public forum now. What's up, man?
Hey, you're talking about social media. Did you see that Texas has made it like a aggravating thing? Like if you get picked up for a crime, if social media is involved, it aggravates your
that's-
crime and gives you more time.
That's so fucking stupid.
It's so fucking bullshit.
What, like-
I am.
What like fucking? They just want to add shit on and just so that they can add time to your shit. For that makes no sense whatsoever.
Yeah, they just want you to be spending more time in prison because of the prison industrial complex because they're making shit ton of fucking money off of us.
Yeah, so you use social media to do this thing. I don't. How is it worse than doing the thing?
I don't know, but they passed some. It's like an aggravator, basically.
Right. Like if you're, you have a rug while carrying something, or pew-pewing while you were also doing another crime. They've added like enhanced. That makes no sense to me. Social media. I don't understand that.
Yeah, it's wild. It's we're in a scary place.
We are. Would you say we are not yet in full fascism, or do you think we're already here?
Well, I would say we're not in full fascism because we haven't had rigged elections. Because that is a tenet, and there's one other tenet that we're so far, but we're real fucking there. Real fucking there.
Yeah, I mean, he's going after all the media. Now they're going after The View.
Yeah,
They're going after
I saw that
liberals.
the courts did drop his $15 billion lawsuit against the Times, I think it was. New York Times.
What was their reason?
They just said it wasn't substantive. He didn't have any.
That's funny, yeah, because it was about because I have that lawsuit actually. I downloaded it. It was about an article from like a year ago in a book.
I didn't even know what it was about. I just saw it, and there's so many, it's hard to keep up with.
Yeah, and it was, it was like I knew it was bullshit. They were like, it's somebody called it a fucking marketing ploy without a with the lawsuit attached or something like that, because it was just to make headlines. And it did, but I was like, oh God, here we go. New York Times is again. Of course, they may rewrite that because I think he just wants to punish everybody, right? I think he just wants to fucking go after anybody that is dissenting against him, like with Jimmy Kimmel. I don't think it had anything to do with Charlie Kirk. I think it had to do with the fact that he was making fun of and pointing out that that Donald Trump didn't give a shit about Charlie Kirk.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. But they were talking about, I heard something that they're trying to bring him back, but they want him to pay fines and pay tribute to TPSU and stuff like that. And I hope he doesn't do it. I hope he tells them to go fuck themselves.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, and because these people can go to YouTube and TikTok and all these other places, and they can make money there too, and people will follow them.
Yeah, he could definitely go private, and he has the fan base that.
Yeah, they probably have more people watching than they did
That's
before.
very true. Very
so,
true.
we've seen that in past, like Tucker Carlson even became larger than he was when he was on TV. Which Tucker Carlson,
if you told me that
guy.
I was gonna. If you told me I was going to be agreeing with those people, I
know.
would have told you were lunatic.
That's fucking nuts, isn't it? Fucking Marjorie Taylor Greene and Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson. Fucking here we go. We're here. We're fucking here. Welcome to the Twilight Zone. Crazy shit. I'm sorry. I'm sure people are tired of hearing that sound effect, but it's so fitting.
It is. It is so fitting. It's wild. It's
Well,
wild.
Madam, I've got a couple of people just requested up. Let me go ahead. You're welcome to come back, obviously. Let me go ahead and drop down, and I'll bring in some more. Hopefully, we can get some opposition up here, too. Thank you, Madam.
Yeah, talk to you later.
All right, we'll see ya.
Bye.
All right, Gurin. Gurin Logan, is that how you say that? And Target, you will be next. I see your request. Just sit tight. What's up?
Kick me out, man. My bad.
Oh, you didn't mean to come up?
Nah, I
Okay.
accidentally did myself.
Got
Appreciate
you.
it.
Yep. See
Love
you.
you.
All right. Target. And thank you for tapping, by the way. I assume that's how you got up here, so I appreciate that. And everybody else, keep tapping. We're like 900 away. We're getting there. What's up, Target? Talk to me. Or did you accidentally come up here,
No,
too?
I'm meant to be up here.
Okay. All right.
Let me talk about it. Still supports Trump today to fuck all the way off.
Is that it?
Mm.
You got
And
3 minutes to
I wanted
shit
to
on
show
them.
you my new soup, my new anti-fascist throwing soup.
Let's see. It's going to get cut off. Damn it.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see that. Or maybe you can get a picture from like further away because it'll cut off the top and the bottom when I expand you. I don't know why the fuck it does that. It's annoying. Yeah, I mean, the fact that we are unaliving people just, for being in a boat and, we've got evidence to show that they're,
Where's
because
the evidence?
this is what, right, exactly. Yeah, they show us the video, but not the evidence. Let me try it again. I don't think that,
I don't think it's gonna work. Anyway,
No,
it's just
it's like-
it looks like a can of tomato soup, but it says anti-fascist throwing soup.
Nice. Now, that is a terrorist soup, just so you know, because, Antifa is such a large organization with a leader. I'm not sure who the leader is, though, because
I'm
it's
not
all
either.
secret. It's all secret. We're all the leaders of anti-fascist.
Yes, I am Antifa.
Yeah, I mean, it's so weird to be against anti-fascists.
It
Is
is
it?
so weird. Why? Like, make it make sense.
Our whole country was anti-fascist at one point. I guess we were a terrorist organization, according to Trump's logic. I don't know. They just make shit up as they go along, and
Whatever
find a way
feels
to.
good in the moment.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, I mean the third boat, like I saw that and I was like, holy fuck! Because after the second one, I thought we wouldn't really hear about it again. So I was really surprised to see the third boat get blown up.
And there were
The-
3 people in that one.
That's what they're saying. Yeah. Yeah, he said, let me see, blah, blah, blah. The strike killed 3 male, and I don't know why that even matters, but.
How do they know?
Right. They were looking at the whiners, okay? They
It had to be.
seen
Did they
the
just have them
whiners.
just out, just flapping around on the
I was
wind?
like, look at them whiners.
Just
Hey,
willy-nilly out there in the ocean.
Donald
and
Trump was
just
like,
swinging?
dang, I wish I had a whinger like that. Let's blow them up.
That's why. That's exactly why.
He's,
Keep the whiners in her pants.
that's why he doesn't eat cream of mushroom soup, because it reminds him of Stormy Daniels.
She's the only person that he has ever hired that was actually qualified for the position that they were being appointed. Fucking
That's-
period, point blank. That's it. That's all. Fuck you, fascists.
That's fucking funny. Target, that's funny. The only one that was.
She is.
She is. Man, I hope it was worth it.
I
Well,
have some videos I'm going to send you. I know
okay.
Discord.
Are you okay? You are in on Discord?
Yeah.
Okay.
Kindness is free. I don't think I'm in your Discord.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Well, I can send you an invite.
Yeah, send me the invite
If,
for that.
yeah, if you're not, because I've got a lot of the videos and I put up like the documents and stuff that I find. I forget sometimes, but I try to stay on it. But thank you, Target. I've got somebody else wanting to come up. I'll go ahead and drop you down. You're welcome to come back. I appreciate it.
Bye.
See ya. Now, here in about 40 minutes, I will just open the panel up so everybody can join. And normally I just do it in the last hour, but it's Saturday and it appears kind of slow. So, what's up, Chavaria? Is that right?
Yes, sir. How are you doing today?
Doing fine. What's up? Let me have it.
No. So I just barely jumped in. I saw the anti-fascist thing, and I was like, oh, I get it. I'm Hispanic, anti-fascist all the way. Don't like fascism in general. So I call myself now, that I've done some more research, that I'm more of a Christian conservative, more than a, MAGA, voting Republican. I see both sides. My parents are Hispanic. Dad came from Mexico, got his citizenship, and I see all this stuff with ICE and all this stuff, going around. Me and my dad had this conversation, and he was he was upset both ways. You know, he said, you know, we have family that, you know, aren't here legally. What should we do? And I said, well, Dad, you had the opportunity to do it and you did it the right way. You know, you came into this country and you gave us the opportunity to live this life. And I was like, regardless of your viewpoints on it, what is right and what is wrong? You know, and he goes, well, they had the same opportunities I did. I said, yeah, you did. So why didn't they take that opportunity? It was a little bit easier under Bill Clinton. You know, we can all agree to that. He made that very easy for Hispanics to come into this country and actually get their citizenship. It has gotten harder over the years for Hispanics coming from Mexico to get a visa or anything like that. I think if we do a little bit more reform on, illegals in general who are coming to this country, who are making this country more beneficial, you know, in agriculture and studies and everything else.
You mean like amnesty, perhaps?
I wouldn't say amnesty because they're running from something that could cause them harm or hurt. You know, they're just looking for a better life.
No. I mean like people that have been here for a while, 10 plus years that haven't committed any, major crimes or whatever, giving them like granting citizenship to those people.
I would agree.
And or permanent resident status.
I would say because they were already breaking the law because they came here illegally, it would be under a probationary period where they'd have more probationary reviews and being able to look into their lives. Are they being beneficial to the country? Not just, okay, you're here, you haven't broken any laws. Are you proceeding to educate yourself? Are you proceeding to learn the language? Are you proceeding to do things that are Americanized in the sense of beneficiary or
what is Americanized?
Americanized in the sense, I'm about to run out of time.
Oh, it's fine. You can stay. Yeah.
Okay. Americanized in the sense of learning the language, being part of the country and understanding that there's two sides, Democrat, Republican, not just Mexico. You know, it does drive me a little bit crazy when I see Mexico flags over the American flags in some households. Like, I don't think that's right in my viewpoint. If you came here to live here, wouldn't you put America first?
So Americanized is speaking a language that did not come from America?
No, I mean what's our main
because
language?
English is not from America.
Well, what do we speak here? English, right?
Yes, but it's not the language of this country.
So if you were to go to Germany, would you want them to learn English?
Well, most Germans know English because they're taught
that.
But
would you force them to learn English because you only speak English?
Why? Why would you force somebody to do something
Why
like
would
that?
we force ourselves to learn Spanish? Because
you don't have to learn Spanish. Why do you have to learn Spanish?
But that's what I'm saying. If they're going to be here,
should you learn? Should people in the U.S. learn Spanish?
I learned Spanish not because I had to, because I wanted to help my people. I'm a nurse. I'm a trauma nurse. So whenever I had a doctor tell me this because I refused to learn Spanish there for a while. And he said, how are you going to help your people that are here if you don't speak your native tongue? And I agreed with him. And from that point on,
was that anti-American? Did you feel that was anti-American to learn a second language?
No, it was my morals that I actually he made my morality come out. My morals as a nurse is to help all those, regardless of creed, regardless of political stance, regardless of who they are as a person, murderer, unaliving people.
So I'm still kind of stuck on this Americanized thing. Like you brought up the Mexico flag. Don't fly the Mexico flag. I guess
over the American flag.
I mean, I don't know that I see that a lot. That it's usually side by side, but either way, I mean, not that it matters. They have a right to do that, right?
You would say they do. Okay. Yeah, so they're prioritizing Mexico over America.
So then you use that in English. They have to learn English. I don't know why, but you have to learn English. Okay, so let's say somebody comes over here and they cross this arbitrary border that we've created, and and they come here and they learn English and they don't ever fly a Mexican flag, should they be given preferential treatment over somebody who doesn't speak English? I just don't understand how that is a metric.
It's a metric for me, and we don't have to agree. And that's where I have on.
Well, you ever heard the term ladder puller?
No, I actually haven't.
You haven't?
You can educate me on that.
Where people migrate over here and then they pull the ladder out from underneath them so that others can't come. Well, you didn't come here the right way. You didn't come here the way that we went, and therefore you should be penalized in some way.
That's why we have laws.
But
you don't believe in laws.
What do you mean I don't believe in laws? Do you think that it's understandable if somebody's children are starving and they go in and steal food? Is that understandable?
Did our country
do you get
not
that?
start out that way? We fought for that. I think that was
well, actually, this country started out by unaliving the inhabitants of it. That's how this country started out.
And they fought back, just like they should fight back with their own country.
Yeah, and maybe they should, to be Americanized, you should learn an indigenous language.
I do. I learned Spanish.
Maybe everybody should be forced to learn my tribe's language, like Muskogee. Maybe we should do that instead of English.
If it benefits people, then why not?
Maybe we should replace English with the language of a native tribe. Would you be okay with that?
We could try. I mean, if that was going to benefit us, why not?
Well, I mean, what's the point?
So you're telling me if everybody learned your language and somebody came from Mexico and didn't want to learn your language, you wouldn't be okay with it? So
I mean, we have people that exist here that don't speak the language and they get along just fine.
I'm not saying we don't get along. I'm just saying, like, if we're gonna hold these pretenses to, I mean, whenever you get your citizenship in America, right? So my dad had to learn English. He had to. Because whenever they take their test, and we went through all this, me and my dad.
Sure.
He had to learn the judicial system. He had to learn how laws work, how things, everything worked, right?
Yes.
Why can't we make everybody accountable for that? I guess that's where Americanized. I guess learning to do all those things, learn all these things, to make it easier for this country to revolve. I guess in a sense.
I guess. Do you think people should strip their culture from themselves in order to fit in?
I still believe in my culture. I still, my daughter's having a quinceanera. I mean, I'm still doing things that my culture does. That doesn't mean I'm not going to do things that my culture does. I still,
okay. Fair enough.
It's just, yeah.
Just not the language. Just not the language.
No, I learned. It's not the language itself. I think you're kind of pinpointing that because I said that.
Yeah, because you said that was part of being Americanized was the language, which I thought was weird because English isn't even from this country.
You're going back to how history works. And
it's a foreign language on this country.
It's a foreign language, yes, because we weren't Native American, and I get where you're pointing to, and I get it. But
I don't know. I'm just saying, like, just because everybody speaks that doesn't mean that it's appropriate for everybody to have to speak it. That doesn't make you Americanized. I don't even know what the fuck that means, Americanized.
Okay. I'm not going to go into a verbal dialogue with you and all that stuff. I mean,
wait. You have an issue with me cursing?
No, I don't. I was just having a respectful conversation with you.
Okay. Do you think that it became disrespectful because I used a curse word?
No, I just don't want to get into that type of dialogue.
Well, then don't. You don't have to. I didn't tell you that you had to curse.
Okay.
Anyway, I've got a couple of people that are requesting up, so I'll go ahead and drop you down.
I respect your time.
Yeah, I appreciate you, Faria. Thank you for thank you for the conversation.
You too.
All right, see ya. Beth. Beth's been waiting for a minute. I haven't seen Beth in a long time. What's up, you?
Oh my gosh. I'm not on here very often, but that guy is like the poster child for come to America. I mean, it's almost as if he was one of the children of a Native American tribe that they stole from a reservation and put him in a Catholic school and said, you are no longer going to be called Big Bear. You're going to be called Jimmy. And you can no longer speak your native tongue. And you're going to speak American. And if you don't, We're going to whack your knuckles every time you do it, and we're going to shave your head off. I mean, that was absolutely atrocious.
But
And
you'd be Americanized after that, you know.
and to think, I mean, in Triage, is he's like, well, since he reminds me of Frank Burns on MASH. And those of us that are old enough.
I don't remember the show well enough, no.
Oh, yeah. And Frank Burns was like, well, that guy's Chinese. He's last, but he's the one with the worst head trauma, right? And I'm thinking, oh my gosh, this guy's a trauma nurse. So is he in there saying, well, this person doesn't speak English, so they're not going to go in there until the rest of her done. I mean, and who cares if they fly any kind of flag? What is it to you? Who cares, people? Move on with your life. Focus on what you want to do in your life. Don't worry about other people. Let them fly. I mean,
I agree.
Jesus, do people have a problem with...
And to be Americanized, I feel like being okay with them flying whatever fucking flag over the U.S. that they want to is part of being American, because you can have whatever fucking idea that you want.
That's what did Reagan say? And you and I know, we know how we feel about Reagan, right? But Reagan himself said, and I don't know what countries, but he said, you can go to this country, but you can't be Chinese, or you can't go to India, you can't go to the Philippines and be Filipino, and you can't go to wherever, Australia, and be Australian, but you can come to America and you can be an American from anywhere. And that's what makes the fabric of this country, is the diversity, is the cultural differences. And one of the most beautiful things I saw when my son-in-law received his citizenship in July was the beautiful attire that people wore and the way they celebrated once their loved ones were received their citizenship. It was beautiful. And so I just don't understand it. The saddest part about that day was my mom didn't live long enough to see it. That was the hardest part. But that was nuts.
Yeah, the Americanized term, I don't know. I really, I'm an American, I'm indigenous. I don't know what the fuck that means. I don't know. I don't get it because of how diverse we are and how acceptable that is to us, or at least it's supposed to be. So I guess maybe Americanized means you're okay with other people that are not like you in any way whatsoever being here. And you accept that, you tolerate it, you respect it, and you move the fuck on if you don't like it.
Well, and here I want to share a really interesting story. So I'm with one of my friends, and we were with a VIP. I'll say a VIP, and we're at a Chinese upscale restaurant, right? And they're speaking Chinese. They're workers, employees who own a Chinese restaurant. They're Chinese. They're speaking Chinese. Okay.
Right.
If you don't like that, don't go to that restaurant.
Don't go to the Chinese restaurant. I'd rather go to a Chinese restaurant and have no clue what the fuck they're saying and point out the pictures. I'd rather do that.
Right. Exactly. So anyway, but here's the thing. So they're talking about how me and my one of my girlfriends are sitting beside this older gentleman, right? And they're talking about it. Right. So they're talking about, they're like, making, they weren't making fun. It was just like, oh, look at it. And by the way, my girlfriend was a model. So needless to say, she's, drop dead gorgeous. So the point though, they were making innuendos, right?
Like sexual, okay.
Yeah. But not it wasn't crass. It wasn't, it was just, they were thinking, hey, this guy's lucky, right? Look at this. Anyway, she opens her mouth and starts speaking Chinese.
That's fucking
right
funny.
Back to him.
And they were like,
course, yeah, just total pale face, like, and of course, and then we all started laughing because we thought, but my point is, who cares though? Who cares? Right. We thought it was funny. They ended
I'm
up
sure
thinking it was funny.
they probably were laughing after they felt the shock of embarrassment. Oops.
I mean, I don't see anywhere in the First Amendment that freedom of speech means you can only say it in English.
Right. No, that's a good point. Yeah, it's like, I think when I was younger, it used to bother me. The only thing I had an issue with, one time I went to a McDonald's in Tulsa, and this was at like 41st and between Sheridan and Yale. And if you know anything about Tulsa, like it's not like you would call Little Mexico. That's more eastern side of Tulsa.
Right.
And not a single worker there could speak English, not one. And the lady's like, there was no communication between us. And I was like, what the fuck is going on here? This is crazy. So I ended up just going. That did irritate me. But, later I'm like, that maybe they just serve a lot of Hispanic people there. And, it just happened that they didn't have somebody there that spoke that day. Maybe they called in or something. But, I could go 10 miles or 2 miles down the road and go to another McDonald's. So, I don't know. It's weird. So in that vein, like I can understand somebody's frustration, but at the same time, it's not problematic,
It isn't. And again, if someone flies a Mexico flag, an Irish, whatever, a UK flag, anything, it doesn't matter.
Right.
I don't like the what is it? The Southern flag, the
rebel, the Confederate flag.
Yeah, the Confederate. I don't like the Confederate flag.
But they can fly it.
They can fly. I don't care. You want to
Right.
say to everybody that you like losers? By all means.
That's funny.
That is your right as an American citizen, as any kind of citizen. If you're
Right.
in here from Bolivia and you want to fly the Confederate flag, put your freak flag up and go. Because it's what it says to me is I'm going to avoid having conversations with that individual because they will not understand a word that I say because they're not intellectually at my capacity because they support losers. And by the
That's
way,
funny.
Texas used to be Mexico.
That's right. And and I've made this point before. The people from Mexico have more of a right in this fucking country than people from Europe.
Absolutely, they do. Absolutely do.
They've
And
been
it's
trading
interesting
and
when I
coming here and mingling with the people for fucking centuries.
Absolutely, absolutely. And it's interesting to have conversations with my son-in-law about some of these things. But the bottom line is that guy needs to read some history books. And I feel bad for his dad who went through all of the hard work, all of the effort. And my son-in-law doesn't speak perfect English. He doesn't. But I don't care. He passed.
I know a lot of Americans that can barely speak fucking English.
Well, and even when he went to, he took the test, passed the test. And of course, I've been in this business a long time. I've worked, in the executive and legislative branch. I know all of that stuff, not by heart, but a lot of it. But even I was talking to my husband, who is absolutely brilliant, and I was asking him questions, and he kept getting stumped. And I said, wow, I'm shocked that you don't know this stuff. I mean, of all people, I would think you would know
Right.
this. He said, I'm actually shocked I don't know this stuff. And so it
Like
really
basically,
started-
you're talking about like governmental operations
Yeah,
and
like-
like the process
Right.
of laws and that sort of thing. Yeah. Right. A lot of Americans have no fucking clue how it works. Not even on a basic level.
And when Americans, when they want to work at McDonald's and not see that as a minus or as a detraction, whatever you want to call it, as some kind of lowering themselves. My husband put himself through pilot training or pilot school by working at McDonald's. That's how he became a pilot.
So what is he rated? What's the top plane that he's rated to fly? Because I know those big, huge, passenger jets are. That takes a fucking lot of hours to do.
So
I'm just curious.
Yeah. So his primary is King, and we have a plane. But it's a King Air 350. His rating is a King Air 350.
So is that it's a passenger jet? How many passengers is it rated
So
to
it
hold?
has 9 seats in it.
Okay. So
and then he can fly Cessnas, like 172s, 152s, 180s, whatever, you know. Now he can fly like a Learjet. He's not rated in it, but that doesn't mean he can't get in the cockpit and know what to do. He would be right seat versus left seat.
I
so
was
he
about
cannot
to say
pilot.
he could,
Yeah.
but that's how you get hours to that plane to get your rating so that you are licensed to fly.
Right. And there's a specific one and he only flies elected officials. So
that's
one of the
crazy.
So one of the things that he does is he's on call. Now, he's retired now primarily, but he's called by certain individuals because they have him fly the left seat. He's the pilot in command, and they're in the right seat because A, like you said, they may need hours, or 2, they may not have their medical anymore, or just let it slide, whatever, it doesn't matter. But they own an airplane and they need to get from A to B, and so they choose to fly. We're flying somewhere tomorrow, and sometimes I go.
That would
along
be
with it.
awesome. I thought about sending myself through pilot school.
You should. It's and if you can get into the airlines, you'll be making some fat jack.
Well, that'd take a long fucking time. That takes forever to get
If you
there.
go to a school, though, if you go, like there's one in Jacksonville, Florida. I wouldn't want to live in Florida, but if you go down there and you go to the training, then what you do is you have to build up the hours. So typically they go to flight school and they teach people how to fly. And then that's how they get the hours, is they teach. But anyway,
how did we get into this?
I don't know.
And I'm only fascinated by planes and flight because I watch a YouTube channel. I can't remember his name, but he does the crashes, right? And then he'll analyze what went wrong leading up to that crash. He himself is also a pilot. And then there's a redheaded guy who flies like the big, huge jets, you know, like the cargo planes. And it's fascinating shit to me. That's the only reason why I'm like interested in that at all.
Well, I don't like watching shows with him where airplanes are involved because he's like, that's not a Learjet. That's a turboprop. And I'm like, okay. Sometimes you just gotta let art flow, honey.
Let the imagination go. Yeah, that's like Neil deGrasse Tyson on any space-related movie. He ruins it for everybody.
Everybody, right? So anyway, but the bottom line is, again, we have gotten into our silos in this country of you need to do this and you need to do that. No, you need to take you out of it and apply it to yourself. You can do whatever you want as long as it's consensual, as long as it's legal. You know, I don't remember what that guy said. Something he's like, so you support breaking the law? Again,
right.
You don't understand. You do not understand what your father had to sacrifice to bring you over here so that you could be in this country. You're an entitled fucking child.
And like to me,
if be a little more fucking appreciative.
If somebody needs to feed their kids and they steal food, I can understand that. And I like, sure, some may be punishment or whatever, but you know, you don't throw the book at those people. And you don't try to make their lives suck because they were trying to feed their kids or their family or themselves.
Right. And I always tell the story, and then I'll let you go so another guest can come up. I had a friend who was working full time, going to school, was living in subsidized housing, and had subsidized childcare. Got her degree and got a $12,000 a year raise. Now, we were like, we celebrated, we're excited for her, right? I mean, we were really happy for her. And like 2 days later, she got a notice from the housing and from the childcare that she was no longer eligible. So she was behind before she could ever get ahead. She did everything right. So what we did was we went to the governor's office and we said, listen, you know, you've got people turning down raises because they will lose their subsidized health care. So why don't you put in like a 2-year phase program? And for this, that would have been, and maybe it wouldn't be 2 years for her because it was such a substantial raise. But my point is, we suggested make it to where they can stay in their subsidized housing, receive subsidized childcare. Whatever additional earnings they're making, bank it in a savings account, an interest-bearing savings account. Have them go through the literacy training, okay? And then when they have enough saved up to buy a house or buy a car or get an apartment, whatever it is that they need to be independent,
Right.
then they go and you let the next person in. But then you're allowing them to build up what the bank that they need to go on and be independent instead of pulling the rug out from under their feet before they even can get anywhere.
And that's a real issue, and I've dealt with that myself. Where you all of a sudden, like, you want to get a job, right, to get out of the situation you're in, but in doing that, it's not enough to really move, and it's going to take you a minute to get all your deposits and shit to get out of, like, subsidized housing, but you can't, because the moment you do that, your rent can skyrockets, or, you lose the other things. It's a serious problem, and that needs to, even all across every state, they need to have that, what you're talking about right there. That's a fantastic idea, Beth.
Well, even in look at some, I mean, I've got friends who are not poor. I mean, they're upper middle class, and their rent went from, say, $1,500 a month to $2,500 a month overnight. How are people affording this? And they're, and we're not wealthy. I mean, we happen to have an airplane just because we found the right one at the right price at the right time. I mean, it all worked out. But the bottom line is, all of us are going to be suffering very, very soon. All of us, except for the uber wealthy. And so you think you're going to, if you voted for this guy and you think you're going to be out, still waiting for your check and that you're going to get it anytime, good luck. Because you're going to suffer just like the rest of us. Nobody cares. They don't care about who you are, what you do, or who you voted for. They do not care.
No.
And if you would focus more on your elected representation, because when they suspended the rules this week, and I want everyone to listen to this, the Republicans, that guy earlier said, well, you don't believe in laws? He probably can't even tell you what amendments exist, what's even in the Constitution, what it means. But anyway, the Republicans suspended and changed the rules to ensure that 214 representatives in the House could not represent their district. They shut them up and would not allow them to speak on behalf of the millions of people they represent. Now, let me ask you, how is that fucking fair?
Now, who shut them up, and in what way?
Republicans. The Republicans, so they had a bunch of people that needed to be approved. These aren't Senate confirmees. These are not like secretaries of cabinets. These are other positions in the government that need approval. They're like political appointees, and they need approval by the House. And there were a slew of them. We're not talking like 3 or 4 or 5. We're talking, I don't know the total.
Be right back.
So there was tons of these people. And so the Democrats rightly wanted to go through each person to understand who this person was and if they were deserving of that position. Well, what the Republicans did was suspend the rules, change the rules, and said, no, we're going to do consent all of them at once. There's not going to be any debate, and we're going to approve all of them at the same time. So Democrats did not want to do that. So changed the rules to fit our favor. The Republicans said, too bad, so sad. And then they just voted on all of them at once and sailed them through. No conversation, no debate, no nothing. So for all of you who have a Democrat elected official in the House of Representatives, I want you to know that the Republicans shut their mouth, the Democrats' face, and said, you can't speak now. You have no right to speak on this. And therefore would not allow them to have any debate on any individual these individuals could be.
That sounds like Republicans to me. Because, like, for example, here's another example. So on Truth Social, let me just pull this up real quick. This politicization is way worse than I've ever seen.
Let me right here. Today I withdrew. This is 11 hours ago. Today I withdrew nomination of Eric Siebert as U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia when I was informed that he received the unusually strong support of two absolutely terrible sleazebag Democrat senators from the great state of Virginia. He didn't quit. I fired him. Next time, let him go in as a Democrat, not a Republican. Thank you for your attention. So because this person was
supported by Democrats, they wouldn't hire him. That tells me, Democrats, you guys need to go out there and start supporting Republicans so that Donald Trump gets his butt hurt and we'll just fire them.
And if anybody, Republican or Democrat, thinks what he is saying, we talk about this. Truman said the buck stops here. For those of us that are old enough to remember or even know anything about Truman, the buck stops here. We don't need polls, we don't need studies to know that the rhetoric, the political discourse, the violence that is taking place in this country starts at the top. And that is the comments like that get people to say, Mr. President, let us please give us the nod to start and this is a true TikTok post, to start a civil war. We will go door to door and we will take out everybody who is a Democrat.
Oh, they want to. Yeah, and they've wanted to before even, the CK thing happened. Like, for example, this is posted under the Truth Social where he posted the video of the boat being blown up,
Somebody wrote, if you know someone who lost their job for hating on CK, Venezuelan rug gangs need boat captains. I mean, they literally want to
harm us.
I know.
And Donald Trump is saying nothing about it. It's a problem.
I don't understand it. He was elected as president, even though I did not vote for him. He works for me. I'm his boss. Let me say this loud. So if Mr. President, you're watching and you're listening, let me be very clear about this. You work for me, motherfucker. You work for me. Doesn't matter how I voted. Doesn't matter whether I like you or not. I am an American. I live in this country. And it doesn't matter if there are people who are a native born American, if they're here on a visa, you work for them. You need to get that through your thick skull because you are not the boss.
Well, MAGA is going to realize at some point that he doesn't care about them either. I mean, at some point they'll maybe realize that when they dissent in any small way, just like with the Epstein files. And he was like, if you are saying this about me, you're an idiot and I don't want your support, blah, blah, blah. Like, that should have told them exactly what he thinks of them, but they don't care. They're like, please, Daddy, please harm these people.
Yeah, I thought it was I thought what he said and did at CK's memorial was absolutely beautiful. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. He didn't go to the funeral. He went golfing.
The vigil?
Yeah, no, the actual funeral. The Vance went, but the president, who claims that, CK was such a wonderful human being and such a great patriot, he couldn't be bothered to go to the funeral.
So I don't think the funeral has happened yet. The funeral is on the 21st. I think it's tomorrow. So what he didn't go to was a vigil. He sent.
Okay,
yeah,
well, maybe I heard that wrong. Okay.
Yeah, he sent. I'm pretty sure it's tomorrow. Let me see, because
may be right.
There was some issues with Erica having problems with Taylor Swift fans because I think the things coincided with each other. And I guess they thought that she was trying to outdo Taylor Swift or whatever.
Good luck.
Right. I mean, I don't know. It's fucking weird, but I'm pretty sure it's tomorrow. Maybe somebody. Okay, One Love said yes, it's tomorrow. So
She also needed to be confirmed. The other thing is, I want Turning Point USA to reimburse the cost for Air Force Two to transport him back, because he's not an elected official. He's not a dignitary. He's nobody important.
Not in the military.
Not in the military. Not a veteran. Nothing. So as far as I'm concerned, they need to reimburse the U.S. government the money, and it was a lot of money. The fuel alone, not to mention the staff, but the fuel alone, they need to reimburse that. So, and if they want to have a CK day, let them have a CK day. I don't care. I won't be celebrating. I won't be memorializing. The guy meant nothing to me. He's just another citizen who has an opinion.
Yeah, and Nancy Mace wants him to lie in state.
Yeah, no.
It's so weird.
I don't get all this. But anyway, we are so far off center in this country in terms of equal representation and and don't get me wrong, Democrats seek salacious headlines and sexy sound bites too. And
sure.
I was not happy when the gentleman from Vermont or New Hampshire, and he's no longer with us. He was one of the first to use what they call the nuclear option, and he was a Democrat. And I said, this is going to start a very bad precedent. I was not happy. We have rules for a reason. Stick to the fucking rules. If they don't work in your favor, well, too bad, so sad. But that's why we have rules. And the Senate parliamentarian needs to be a little more forceful, in my opinion. But I'm sure that they can come and go as easy. Well, they really can't, because it's very hard to be a parliamentarian.
When was that? When did you use the nuclear option? What year was that?
Oh gosh, that was back in the 80s, 90s.
Okay, I was going to say I don't remember that.
Yeah,
so I figured it was a while back.
I can see his name. I just can't think of his name, but he.
I think they're afraid. I think both parties are afraid to use it because they know when they do. Even today,
use it now all the time.
Have they? When was the last time they used it? You're talking about removing the filibuster proof. Is that what you mean by nuclear option? Because that's what I took.
Well, it could be used in different ways. So it's exactly what it's supposed to be. It's the last ditch effort to get what you want. So, for instance, like I said, when they wanted to sail through, I don't have a problem with like a consent agenda or a consent vote where you have, say, 3 or 4 political appointees that need approved by the House, and you want to do it in one fell swoop, right? And you have debate maybe on those 3 or 4. But when you try to do 50 or 100, like they did earlier this week, and that's when they suspended the rules and, quote, pulled the nuclear option, and 214 Democratic House members had no say in who these people, or should these people have jobs? What's their background? Whatever. Why can't we debate this on the floor? So there's just a lot of different things that both parties have done, and we need to get back. In some ways, tradition is critically important. And when it comes to the way the House and the Senate operate, tradition is incredibly important because, again, it keeps the balance. You may not get what you want, but you have balance. And therefore, the party who's in power next time can't pull the same bullshit. And that's what we have. We have a pendulum that swings now every time the parties change and the power changes. And they're like, well, they did it last time, so we're going to do it now. That's not how this works,
it's a problem.
People.
It's also a problem with precedent. Like Obama with his drone strikes led to other issues of like, well, they did it before. And I was like, well, did you like it then? If you didn't like it then, why in the fuck are you supporting it now?
Well, and I don't even have a problem with Trump even looking. Damn, I would be thrilled if he would look at a past president and say, hey, so what did Obama do in this situation? Or what did Truman do in this situation? But he doesn't even ask those questions. He doesn't even think about it. I mean, he just pulls something out of his butt and goes with it without even.
Well, he's certainly pushing norms, and you know what? He's going to give Democrats an idea too, and they'll fucking do it, and then they'll bitch about it, and then Democrats will be like, yeah, well, and then they'll just want it to keep going. It's a problem.
Yeah,
it will become a problem.
It is an issue. And what I will say in closing is, folks, whether you're a Democrat or Republican, here's the thing: get to know your business. Know your Constitution. Keep copies with you at all times so that you understand your rights. Don't worry about your beliefs. Don't think about it. I think, or I believe, or my opinion, because that's not how this country works. We work on the Constitution. That is what keeps this country safe. That is what keeps this country balanced. Is our Constitution.
And maintains our freedoms.
It maintains our freedoms. That's the whole point. And I am telling you, if you think the First Amendment is under attack, wait until the Second Amendment comes under attack, because it's coming.
It will.
I promise you.
Well, he's already started.
Already started. As someone who has seen just about everything that you can see in government, who can sit here and pull up a crystal ball of experience, knowledge, and education, it's coming. It's here. It's subtle, but it's coming. And then
it'll be one little group, and then another little group, and then another little group, and then another little group. Before you know it, half the fucking country is like, where'd all my pew-pews go?
Right. Or ask the farmers. Talk to the farmers right now who voted him in.
Well, those farmers are idiots because they voted for him. And then he fucked them over, and then they had to beg for money. He gave them money. They vote for his ass again. He's fucking them over again in the same fucking way he did the first time, and now they're going to be crying.
Well, now
but this time, that's because J.D. Vance and other people have invested in acre traders, so now they can buy up your fucking farms and give it to some billionaire so they control everything. When you control the food, you control the water, you control whether the air is fucking clean or not, and the housing, you control everybody's lives, and you have a bunch of little slaves running around that are free to move about, but they aren't free to do anything they want because everybody else owns the shit that they need.
Exactly. And by the way, to Floyd Hawk, it was Harry Reid. Thank you for reminding me. It was Harry Reid, and he was I think he was the only Jewish member at the time. No, maybe I'm thinking. Anyway, it's been a long time ago.
I actually used to stop at his hometown, Searchlight, and they had signs there, home of Harry Reid. I used to stop in there and sleep before I would get into Vegas because Vegas is a pain in the ass. But anyway, well, Beth, I've got some people that have been waiting for a minute, so I'm gonna go ahead and drop you down.
I apologize for that.
No, you're fine.
I was incensed, and I'm not on the app very much anymore. I'm still trying to get over the loss of my mom, and I'm just really struggling.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Here, but
well, it's been a while since I talked to you, so I didn't mind having you up here talking at me. So. It's cool. As always, you're welcome to come back. Well, no. I mean, I always love the stuff that you say because you've been involved in that and so long, and people in the comment section get to learn something every time you come up here and talk.
Well, thanks so much. Hey, listen, have a great weekend.
If they're listening. If they're listening, I said, if they're listening.
It looks like they are. It looks like they are. So that's a good thing. So, all right, my friend, have a great rest of the weekend.
Yeah, thank you, Beth. I hope to see you soon. Sorry to hear about your mom. See ya.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate it.
Bye-bye. All right, now, Hush Puppy. I see Bach Goyim and stands with fists. Hush Puppy's been waiting for a while, but I'm going to get to you. I'm just going to go top to bottom. Hush Puppy, what's up? Thank you for being patient.
I didn't know I was. That was an accident. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. That's fine. Well, thank you for tapping. Were you tapping on the screen?
Yeah, I was tapping.
Well, I appreciate that. Did you have something you wanted to add since you're up here?
No, I'm shy and I don't like to talk a lot.
That's all right.
That's why I don't come up on the panel.
All right.
I've got a learning disability.
I see. Well, you're welcome to come up whenever you feel comfortable.
All right. Thank you.
All right. We'll see you later. Thank you for tapping. All right. Bach. Oh, wait, it's Botch. I remembered.
Hey, how are you doing, my friend?
Doing fine. Botch. I remembered. Anyway, what's up?
Great city of Las Vegas.
I love Vegas. I really do.
You know what?
But it is
Vegas
a pain in the ass.
I can tell you one thing about Vegas. It's probably, if anybody told me which city would you want to be in, New York, Chicago, LA, whatnot, they're great to visit and then leave. But Vegas for the climate, you get sun every day for 360 days. I don't think it's rained here in the last 2 years. But it's kind of like you get the city life without the city nonsense, traffic and the rest of the stuff. I don't think I've ever faced any sort of traffic at all. And you're within 15 to 20 minutes from everything. And the nature side of it too. And the last thing I'll leave it on is the travel. If you want to just fly into San Diego for the day, $40, fly in, enjoy San Diego, fly by, and by midnight, you're back in your bed in Vegas. I just wanted to mention, I just wanted to mention two things. That was just a little shout out for people that come to Vegas. We're down 20% in tourism. We need to help the Uber drivers. We need to help the regular Americans that are just trying to make it, man. So if you do want to come down, please come down and kind of support. But I'll tell you two things that on the news that kind of, the $5 million on the green cards have now been reduced to $1 million. So I guess there weren't that many takers for people to dump $5 million to get a green card to a country that doesn't want you, that doesn't welcome you, that we saw that with the Hyundai plant fiasco. It's kind of sad.
Now you're talking about the Trump gold card, right?
Yeah,
But I believe that was for citizenship, right? Not just a green card.
No, I think it was a green card and then a pathway to a citizenship.
Let me see.
Yeah, check it out.
Yeah, I'm going to look it up because I thought it was citizenship, but you may be right.
Yeah, I think it was like to get a pathway to a green card and then you move it. That's what I thought because that would make sense, right? Why would you give somebody citizenship right away? Wouldn't you go through a process like you keep saying, do it the right way? Do it the right way?
Okay, so yeah, you're right. Green card, permanent legal residence, and then a pathway to citizenship. I wonder if the pathway from that gold card is different than like a normal pathway, or if it's the same pathway.
Well, I think it's the same pathway. All it was gives you access to the front of the line, so you dump $5 million, so you're not waiting for 18 years. You get
who the fuck would pay $5 million for the pathway to citizenship when they could just apply, and if they have that money, they'd be able to do it anyway.
But the thing is because you have to wait, right? I mean, it's a system where
if you have $5 million, I don't think you probably care to wait.
But let me ask you this, my friend: if you had $5 million US and you're coming from a country where $5 million would be the king, and you would be living like a thing, why would I come to the United States to pay taxes out of my ass, have no health care, and struggle to live paycheck to paycheck, which most Americans, 90%, are doing? As we can see, they went bankrupt over $1 gallon gas. So you know what I'm saying? If you had that kind of money, why would I go through all that? And then have Marco Rubio say that you're actually just a guest and we can take it away as soon as we want.
Right.
So I'm going to dump $5 million to go through all that bullshit and then be told to go because I made a comment on Facebook or Twitter or whatever.
Right. Or social media. Now they're even Charlie Kirk. If you weren't mournful and you weren't shedding tears on your profiles about Charlie Kirk, then you're going to be.
Your visas are done. Your visas are canceled. And one other.
So gross.
Yeah, it's terrible. And another thing I wanted to just.
Land of the free, home of the brave.
and then the other thing I wanted to mention is people that come into the United States for the last 20, 30 years, immigrants, they actually are the people that have made America great by contributing. They're good people. They're contributing with society, paying their taxes, just trying to struggle along with everybody else.
Yeah, but they're poisoning the blood of the country.
Well, I don't agree with that, but those are the Donald Trump's rhetoric.
I mean, I'm being sarcastic.
I get it. No,
okay.
I get it, my friend. Listen, and the other thing I wanted to mention is the H-1B visas, which they literally now are telling, and it was just done on the fly. He made a proclamation that it would be now $100,000 for an employer. So imagine you're an employer and you're in a tech company and you need 40 coders that know, Stack and all the other stuff, right? Python and whatnot. And what happens is now, before you were paying $2,000 to have an educated person come in to help your company strive, now you'd have to pay $100,000 along with his salary, is what's been dropped on people. And literally, I was watching on ETHAD. Yeah, you saw. Yeah, so I was watching on ETHAD airlines where they had students or people on H-1B visas that were coming for jobs. They literally got off the flight. They literally said, we need to get off this flight because we do not have the $100,000 to pay.
That's crazy. Yeah, I was reading that IT is going to have serious issues because, look, I have an issue with insourcing something that we can do here, but because we choose not to do it, we then have to reach out to other nations for that stuff. It's one thing to take the expertise from another nation as from a competition basis, because then those nations don't have those people anymore, right? And it makes us better. That's one thing, but we should be pushing to put our people through these schools to make them these experts, so that we don't need to rely on those H-1B visas.
Well, let me touch on that. In Penn State in Pennsylvania, in State College, many years ago, we had families part of hotels and motels and whatnot over the last 30, 40 years. But we used to have a property there, and I remember there was 50,000 students at State College. There were more bars than anything that I saw, and these students couldn't even legally drink. Like literally, that's the culture. Remember, the alcohol, the partying, and the rest of the stuff. The problem that we have in our country here is, after school's done, instead of maybe doing what they do in their countries like China and India, is what they call tuitions. So math, science, and algebra. What say you needed more help on algebra, or maybe to understand that formula, or whatever the case may be. They would do the 1 to 2, 3 hours so you can now understand what the teacher taught you. You can practically kind of get what you were taught. And instead of that, what happens is you are floating around in a mall somewhere, you're loafing around somewhere, you've already forgotten about what was told. You didn't even grasp it. You know what I'm getting at? Like, it's kind of like we should be focusing more on the education, so we can allow our students' scores to be in the 80s and 90s, so they can excel, make $100,000 a year, so their life could be a little bit better, right? And that's why when you said that when you're bringing in people from other countries, the reason you're doing that is because of the fact that the skills that are needed, the STEMs, right? Science, technology, engineering.
Sure.
Those are the things that we require to make good money, right? If you want to make a couple $100,000 a year, you better have those skills. You know what I'm saying? And we've been lacking in that. And look, Nevada here in Vegas, my friend, we were like fucking, I think, 45th in education.
Well, we need to, if we need, for example, engineers, we need to say, we're going to pay you to go to become an engineer. If you can, pass these, whatever exam to make sure that the person is even capable of getting through school. And then put those people through and create those engineers. We can do that.
Yeah, absolutely. But as I said, the culture of, like, are people going to go ahead and do tuitions? And let me ask you this. After high school, you're done, and you have 2-3 hours to now rest up on math, science, whatever the subjects you needed a little bit more help on. Are they going to implement that to say that, you know what, Johnny, the science that you didn't really understand, you're going to stay an extra couple hours. So we're going to have all this, maybe a tutor or two, whatever, maybe a teacher's assistant, whatever, I don't know. And they're going to go ahead and make sure you understand the concept you didn't get. Are we going to do that?
I mean, we should do those things. We should have extra help for kids in school, but Republicans historically, they don't want to put out money to educate people because, in my view, they don't want educated people because they're dumb people are easier to manipulate.
Yeah, well, Donald Trump told us that. He likes the poor and the uneducated.
Yeah. Smart people don't like me. It's like, no, we know that, Donald. We get that. And that's the one thing that you've said that's truthful since you've been president.
Yeah, and another thing I want to say with Donald Trump, when somebody asks me, Well, Donald Trump has the ability to make policies to help all Americans, not just the 30% of the people that voted for him. And somebody made a comment on another TikTok, which made absolute sense. And I say it all the time. With the last election, 70 million and a bit voted for Donald Trump. 90 million didn't even show up. So more people didn't even show up than voted for him. And that's why we're at 33%. And the thing with Donald Trump, I do admire the fact that about him not drinking, not scourging on the deep stuff and all that other stuff because of the alcohol and all that, because of what he, I guess, saw with his own brother. His brother went down the tubes. I think he was a pilot. I think it was Fred. I do like that about Donald Trump. Not,
the people that worked on The Apprentice would disagree. He may not drink, but according to people that worked with him, this dude was doing all kinds of drugs.
Was he? Oh, I don't know. I thought he was always against it because every time I heard with him, he was always like, I know he's drinking the Diet Cokes and that, but that's what I just thought that.
The people that worked with him and come out and said that when he was on the set, like he, because of the problems that he had, the rug issue that he had, he would shit himself.
Oh, I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, I can't remember who it was. Maybe somebody in the comments will remember that guy's name. Yeah, it was Addy was one of the rugs, and I believe other things that he would do. And of course, he puts out that persona about himself that he's rug free. But I don't know if it's true. This is just what people have said that worked on the set of The Apprentice with him and for years. So have said, and that like people knew that he was doing those things. So whether it's true or not, I don't know. I can't say for sure.
Yeah, so that was pretty much it. I know you got probably other people that want to come up in that.
Yes.
So listen, it's a pleasure as usual. I'll definitely see you on the next live. I just thought I'd bring those 2 points up about the education and that because it's important.
No, I agree. We definitely need to do that. And at this point, like getting rid of those visas before you fix the problem that resulted in that in the first place just puts us in a bad way. It just
farmers.
Yeah.
It's like the farmers. I was watching this thing and look, I don't like to see anybody suffer, but we did this in the first term where the soybean stuff costed us $34 billion in taxpayer funded subsidies to farmers.
Fucking welfare queens.
Yeah, and we're going through the same shit here right now. And one of the farmers were saying that I think China was buying $12 or $14 billion. Not me saying it. This is a farmer and he said now they're buying zero. Like you've created this, you've caused all this. It's such
and I think it's on purpose. I really think he's fucking us up on
purpose. That voted for you? Is that on purpose to take out the people that voted for you?
Well, no. I mean to just hurt the country.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. Most of the Republicans that voted for him are the ones, like even with the big beautiful bill, they're the ones that
and then voted for him again. And then we'll turn around and whine about, I can't sell my shit. And it's like, well, you saw him do it the first time, and that could have been chalked off as a mistake. But no, you then did it again, and now you're crying about it. Fucking, they should get nothing. I said, let them go, but it shouldn't go to some billionaire. They need to fucking make sure that goes to a regular person, that land that they have to get rid of.
And I'll leave on this. That when you said the billionaires, how is it that they've convinced all these people that don't even make enough money to pay federal taxes that the billionaires should get their billions and they should suffer? I don't get it. How did they convince them that the billionaires okay making the billions because they need it, although it's somehow helping me when it's not, and I'm down in the dumps?
Well, I think it was easier because religion and the lack of education that they've done on purpose made a bunch of stupid, gullible, controllable people.
You're right. I guess you just said it, because I kind of said, I always say to myself that when I've said it to you in your last, I think, live, when I said it, when he grifts for himself and his billionaires, why don't they get it through their head and say, well, why isn't he grifting?
Grift for us. That's right. If you're going to be corrupt, at least let us get some of that.
Exactly.
I want a slice of pie, motherfucker. Yeah, it's crazy. Well, Bocce, I'm going to go ahead and drop it down. I appreciate it, as always.
I appreciate you letting me up.
Hope to see you again, man.
Okay.
All right, peace. Enjoy your weekend. Sandhead. Now, Stands with Fist, you were going to be next. I don't know what happened to you. Matter of fact, what time is it? 11:30. I'm going to go ahead and actually start bringing in multiple people. We're not going to fill the panel all the way up, but we're going to bring in more people than just the one. After Sandhead. What's up, Sandhead?
Okay, so I'm just asking if we are going to do some introspection here of why liberals lost the last election, which we don't seem to do too often. We're just so busy attacking Trump, which is, I guess, trying to win the next election. But first of all, the candidate Kamala did not go to the primaries. That's one mistake. Second mistake is the Liberal Party, or Democrat Party, is now, and the liberal wing of the Democrat Party is no longer liberal. They're owned by corporations. They lie. They try to have a friendly, smiley face like Elizabeth Warren, but behind your back, they support Big Pharma and they eliminate universal health care, including Feinstein. The late Dianne Feinstein did that. So they have this, they appeal to empathy voters like white women. Let's help people. But behind your back, they support corporations. They lie, and it's not hidden from people. So they consider the people that used to be Democrats.
So is it your opinion, though, that if you do it in secret, it's not okay, but if you do it in public, it's okay?
In secret, they support corporations. Their vote is what matters.
Right. Well, Donald Trump, look at the billionaires in his administration.
Stop talking about Trump. Let's introspect.
No. I'm not going to stop talking about Trump, and you're not going to tell me what to say and not to say on my own panel. I'm asking you if you have a problem with that, and I do as well. I agree with you.
I have a problem with Trump. Yes, I do.
Okay, you have a problem with Donald Trump having billionaires in the administration. Okay, fair enough.
Change the subject. Good.
No. I just want to make sure that we're being consistent. Because if you're going to come up here and be a hypocrite, then that's another story. But since you're going to be, since you're going to be consistent, then we can move on and we can talk about the party. That's fair. So that said, it is a problem. I agree with you. These are neoliberal. These are neoliberal pukes that currently run the party. They will do anything to make sure that their corporate fucking lords are the ones that get to run everything. Yes, this is a problem, and we need to fix it.
Do they even have a choice? So I don't think they do.
I think they have a choice. Everybody has a choice.
It's not real. Am I allowed to say Israel? I don't know how to this kindergarten. Yeah, I can say Israel. So Israel is supported by even the loudest spokesperson in the House, which is AOC, who is kind of as erratic as Donald Trump, but on the lefty side, But anyway, she supports Israel. And what is a G side?
Can you prove that?
Her vote. She voted for funding for It's Not Real for billions of dollars so that they can have their weapons.
Are you sure about that?
Bomb. Yes, her vote is for that. Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes, sir. I'm totally positive.
Okay, let's see. So let's see. AOC initially signaled opposition. She voted president instead of no.
President. Oh, wow. Really strong.
Let's see. Voted against unconditional military aid. So she did vote against unconditional military aid to Israel. Yes, indirectly once by voting president, and then she opposed it later. So, say what
I don't know
now?
what bill that was, but the vote that really matters, the one.
It was the 2023-2024 appropriations.
Yeah, I want conditional money. Okay, then it goes back, and then it comes back, and then the bill that matters, the one that counts for all the money, she'll vote present or.
No, that was in 2021.
And you know
the one
why
she voted, the one she voted president. Hold on, the one she voted president was in 2021. That isn't a yes vote. It's also not a no vote.
Oh, later than that.
But then in 2023 and 2024, she voted against it. You said that she supports Israel.
Okay, I'll have to check that. I don't want to spend my time checking that. But
sure.
What they do in Congress is they'll say they're against something, and then behind the doors, the money comes, because the more you're against something and vocal, you get richer in Congress because your vote is more expensive to the lobbyists. And we call it lobby, which is a friendly word for a mafia, for organized crime, to pay you money for your vote. Now, this is a real problem. in our empire.
Okay, can you give like example? Because like you're saying mafia and
Organized crime. So I'm using a word
Okay.
that would people would understand. There is a mafia. It's a Jewish mafia.
Okay,
Which is
look,
controls
now-
Trump right now.
Look,
And it
you're-
controlled Biden.
Look, we're not going to conflate what Israel as a country does with Jewish people. We're not going to do that here, okay? Because
Okay,
we're not.
let's
we're
not talk about
we're
that.
not- we're,
It's just a
I don't,
very
we can talk
evil-
about. We can talk about
blatant
the.
evil, but we could talk
we
about other
can-
evil. Because
No, hold on. Hold the fuck on, bro. We can talk
I
about
don't know when you're
Israel. Whenever I say I'm done and I stop talking, then you can fucking just assume that I'm done.
All right,
Holy
let's put that-
fucking shit, guy. We can
need to
talk
swear.
about, I swear all the time, it has nothing to do with you. We can talk about Israel and the fucking problems that they have wrought on this country, but that is not Jewish people. That is a fucking country with an agenda, this Zionist fucking political ideology that they spew. We can talk about that, but we're not going to say that that's Jewish people. That's
No, I wouldn't
ridiculous.
say that.
Well, you
I
said
just
this
used the word
Jewish mafia. Yeah, and that's inappropriate.
All right, Zionist mafia, I guess.
That'll
We're
work.
not supposed to do that either.
No, you can say Zionist mafia because that's essentially what it is. Zionism is a political ideology. It's not a fucking race of people.
Well, the only reason I brought it up is because it is so obviously immoral and an evil. But let's talk about, you want to talk about American people, and because that's what we should deal with. The Democrats used to represent American workers, but then you were talking about visas, and you said yourself that you are against hiring workers from abroad when we have them here. But why is it that the Democrats are also for bringing in new people and creating a larger tax base continuously and getting demographics growing, ballooning for the chambers of commerce around the nation, for developers? And I don't like that word developers because they are
Okay, okay, I'm not sure. Okay, let's make one point and let's stick to that because I'm not really sure what the point is you're trying to make.
Oh, I'm trying to. It's really hard to make something simple and narrow so that I can be understood or clarified. So I'm trying to. I leave out a lot of information just to be clarified, just to be to the point. The
Okay, well,
Democrats
let's
are
be a
for
little more
border
pointed in
for
what we're
numbers,
saying.
for money.
Okay, and you can prove that.
Well, I can only prove it by saying that they're always behind. It's good for business. California, Newsom says they're all proud. All the blue Democrats here in this state, they're so proud of the fact that California is the 5th largest economy, and yet I go around and I see
In the
traffic
world.
jams, infrastructure, the schools are flooded, the hospitals have long lines. Things are
Okay.
not functioning right, but people are making money off of a lot of consumers buying crap.
Okay.
And supposedly the tax revenue increase. California. every town will get
So
money back on your taxes. They have money.
what exactly do you think is happening? They're bringing people over and exploiting them. Is what you're saying? Is that what you're saying?
Well, they're inviting them over. They're ignoring the laws to allow them in. They don't.
Who
try to
is
get rid of
allowing them
because
in?
Business is happy.
Who is allowing them in? Who?
Business, big business, who controls our
Okay, is bringing them. Okay. So then.
That's both sides of the aisle.
Okay, so then is Donald Trump going to go after those people?
No, he will not. He will do a show because he's a theater artist.
Uh-huh.
And he will do a show like he's at.
Okay, so what is the solution?
And he'll go, oh, here's ICE arresting people. I'm a big
No, I agree. I agree with you. That's what he's doing. But what is the solution here?
The solution is to think first of American people, their
Okay.
safety, security, quality of life. But they don't give it, they don't work for us. They work for big business, and they want consumers, taxpayers, new people coming in to balloon all the figures so they don't have to work hard for our business. They can sell their crap because there's so many mouths coming in here based on the attraction that this nation has because the
Wait.
our grandparents.
Okay,
built a
so
nice
it's your
country.
contention that the immigrants that are here are just mouths that consume?
That's all they think of them. They don't think of them any other way.
Okay.
Just like they disregard us.
So what do you do? So what do you do? They're here. What do you do? What's your solution?
Well, then I would like to see some responsibility, which is like put a number on when the immigration stops. No one ever does that.
Okay, well, we had a bill that was put forward by Langford as a bipartisan bill that would have done that.
A bill. Well, there's so many bills out there. There are really strange bills.
Well, this was a bipartisan bill. Well, hold on, no. I brought up a very specific bill, and you don't get to just like jump off and go, well, there's other bills too. No, this bill was bipartisan, and Donald Trump wanted to unalive.
What would it have done? I'm not familiar with it.
It would have put caps. It would have said once they reach a certain daily threshold for people coming over here that it would shut it down. That's what it would do.
Okay, that sounds good.
And it put money towards, because Donald Trump wanted to run on it. He called all of the fucking people in Congress at the time and said, don't vote for this, even though Republicans gave them what they wanted. Right?
Yeah,
so
Trump
that is a
liar,
solution.
see? He's
Yes.
an actor.
Okay, so but Democrats aren't in office. We know Donald Trump isn't going to do this. So we need to vote this shit out?
No, the democracy isn't working. We vote for something.
Okay, so if
and it's not
democracy
happening.
isn't
We're
working,
still having
then
racial
what do we
democracy in
do?
America. That's another topic.
If
We don't have
democracy
democracy.
isn't working, okay, and I agree to some degree with you on this.
Do you get what you
What
want
do we
in
do?
healthcare? Do you get
No,
what
of course
you want
not.
to control a crazy Zio state? Do we control
A crazy
anything?
Zio state?
Yeah, all of our money, our largest amount of money to any nation by far, not even close, is to the It's Not Real, which was created post World War II by two spy agencies.
Okay, yes,
the British
this-
one and the American one.
I get that. I understand this. So what do we do?
Stop believing that it's a democracy.
Okay,
It's not.
let's
Be real.
let's concede to that point. What do we do?
Well, we have to we have to rely on our culture, our people. Americans now, we're a new kind of
Wait, our culture? What is
Get
our
the power
culture?
back to us.
What is our culture? What does that mean?
Well, we have to rely on something organic, is what I meant. Don't
Okay.
rely on ideology to save us. Ideology will disappear. It's not related to human beings. So my conservative ideology is going to be corrupted and just disintegrate, just as the leftist ideology, based on good things, maybe, equality and so forth, that will also disintegrate. We need to rely on ourselves as organic people, what we want to see, and hold them accountable.
Okay, I mean, I agree. So
Maybe I'm just talking like a revolutionary, but I don't
don't know that we have
the
much choice here
quality to bring
because
people together
because
under any kind of a to talk about this is so complex. I only say don't believe that we live in a democracy for a second, because they're still going to use you and abuse you and serve other masters
Okay.
of this empire.
I mean, look, we certainly have serious issues, and they call it a free country while they're making people lose their jobs over speech. They say we're a free country, but you can't even do certain things, and you're punished and you're sent in the fucking prison industrial complex which then leases your ass out to corporations to do work. Yeah, it's a serious problem we have, and you and I can agree on that.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay.
I don't know, the solution isn't going to be something we do overnight, right? We're going to have to, and I think the solution is to stop fucking voting for corporate fucking people in the primary.
Well, how do we stop money pouring into them, so-called lobbyists?
Well, they have to have money. That's the catch-22 there. They have to have money in order to fucking run. Right? They have to have it. Like it's not like they're going to be able to run a presidential campaign, for example, without any money. It's not going to happen. So grassroots people are going to have to fucking put their money in there. They're going to have to start donating to people who aren't corporate people. That's it. I mean, that aside from a complete and total revolution, that's our option here, right? Would you agree? And if that doesn't work,
workable option.
yeah, if we can't do that, the only other option is the thing we don't want to talk about, because then, despite our Declaration of Independence, are like, that's inciting. It's like, well, if you're a fucking tyrant, you're a tyrant.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let me, because I was going to go ahead. Guys, if you're wanting on here, and you're welcome to stay, Sandhead. If you're wanting to join the panel and talk about this, yeah, we can work through this. If you have questions for Sandhead, you're welcome to join up. Oh, here we go. Itty Bitty, and I love this name, by the way, Itty Bitty Kitty Committee. Itty Bitty is a regular around here. Yeah, what's up?
I promise I won't
Go ahead.
overtalk. I drank like a large ass coffee yesterday, so.
Oh no, you're fine. It wasn't just you yesterday, for
I
the
know.
record. It was like everybody was doing it. So don't take it personal.
It is annoying when it happens. Yeah,
Yes.
I think that we need to focus on solutions. Like, I think we should be not giving our representatives and senators, our elected officials, a moment of peace. We should let them know that we are not okay with what they are doing. Like, the people that followed them around the House of Congress or downtown DC and such, and ask them about the G side or ask them about the bills they're passing, those are the heroes. Make no mistake. If more people did that, I feel like we could actually make a difference. But other than that, I feel like our only tool is our voice or our dollar, and we should not support certain companies. And don't let Teslas merge in front of you and things like that.
Well, part of the problem is that the human mind is built in such a way that we don't have widespread critical thinking. Our human mind is made for trying to be accepted, following cultural standards and language we're supposed to use. And if you don't, you stand out and you're kind of rejected. So everybody's frontal lobe works to be accepted. And
Not
so
me.
our vote is bought for. It's a
Not me.
complex, so I'm trying to simplify it. But what I'm saying is when they don't work for our vote because they're already reelected. You know, many of these politicians don't even have to be primaried or held accountable. Their vote is automatic because of brainwashing, just a lot of signage and some commercials, and everyone thinks that they're popular and my vote won't count if I don't vote for that person. So the human mind is difficult. The problem is it's easier to work against someone who looks evil. Let's say you think Trump is the evil bad guy. It's easier to do that than it is to work with stupid people. Stupidity is a lot harder. You know, it's hard to get the vote from stupid people. But you can inspire people to hate someone who is trying to end democracy or be a tyrant, and that gets people fired up. But if you didn't have Trump, it would be a lot harder to get someone's vote. So democracy is difficult.
He's like a catalyst.
I've made that point before. I'm like that, you know, sometimes you got to hit rock bottom before people wake the fuck up. And so Donald Trump in that vein may be one of the best things to happen to the country because it'll get so bad.
Yeah.
That
He
people will be
elevates a
like,
lot of-
holy fucking
Right,
shit,
I agree with
why did I just lose my job? But here's the thing, and it just on a macro level, you have to make the people that are representing you more afraid of you than they are of Donald Trump. You have to make the corporations be more afraid of you than Donald Trump and or whatever, tyrannical regime it is. And once you do that, then they start listening to you. But until then, they'll keep capitulating.
Well, that's a fact because fear. If you can, a leader knows someone, especially someone who knows how to speak to a large crowd, and Trump does know how to do that. He knows how to make people afraid of something. Fear mongering or fear is definitely once you get people afraid, you control them.
That's true. But Trump is not a charismatic speaker. Have you ever listened to him speak? It's like
they're
like
eating the
my
cats.
ovaries, my vaginal parts dry up and my brain starts shriveling as he speaks. It's just insane. I don't know how anybody thinks he's a charismatic speaker. I mean, but like you said, people are stupid, and I do think, like someone said in the comments, you can learn critical thinking skills. That's why I think it's so important we talk about it, but I'm so tired of talking about it. I'm ready to act. But a lot of the population is still very much asleep.
I'm still laughing about that comment, by the way.
Man, it's serious. It's like, shoot, Sahara Desert.
Oh my God. I told my wife.
And he used to
the
not
look on her
talk like
face.
that. If you hear his clips from like the 90s and stuff, he didn't talk like the way he used to talk now. I don't know when he became such a douchebag, but maybe he always was.
Well, I think it's purposeful. Oh, go ahead,
Well,
Dewey.
someone in the chat says, well, I feel peaceful when I hear Obama speak. Well, Obama speaks in platitudes, but still, it should not be about who makes us feel good, like a smiley face and saying things with a lovely, sultry voice. And this is culturally acceptable. Meanwhile, Obama is letting the CIA experiment with drones and facial recognition to do evil.
That's true.
I agree. I think they were just pointing out that his voice is much better. It is soothing. His voice is soothing. And I follow his nephew on TikTok. He sounds just like him.
Now, real quick, Dewey, you haven't jumped in yet. If you'd like to jump in, please, by all means.
The only thing I was going to say is, doesn't it drive you crazy when he talks? Because he talks in circles, and it drives me nuts. I yell at the TV every time he's on, just get to the friggin' point.
You mean Trump?
Yep.
It's purposeful. It's purposeful. Because what he does is...
for stupid people.
Exactly, and that repetition is what gets people to think, because he's saying things that they want to hear that other people wouldn't say.
That's his gift. You just said it. He says things people wants to hear. He knows how to read the hall. That is part of charisma, is knowing your audience. Okay, I admit he can do that, and I also admit, because his supporters believe, that he has humor. When you listen to a lot of clips, his humor is mistaken for reality, but he does have a good sense of humor. And he does know how to speak with a mentality that people can relate to. It does work. You have to admit it. You have to study this and introspect. Otherwise, you'll lose another election.
Yeah, for
Have you
stupid
guys
people,
heard-
it works. For stupid people who are not paying attention to those subtle clues. Have you heard him?
So itty bitty.
Have you heard
It's
him
a
read that?
psychological phenomenon.
I understand that. These people are stupid. The people who
No,
follow
it's-
him are easily brainwashed. They
Have you
look at
guys
what
heard
he's
of the
doing.
recurrence
Can
of
I
truth
finish what I
effect?
was saying?
Let Eddie finish, and then Joseph, I'll get
I'm
to you. I
almost
think that
done.
was
Have
Joseph.
you-
I'll get back to you.
I understand it's psychological. I've studied psychology. I've aced it. I understand psychology. I am saying these people's critical thinking skills are so underdeveloped. They wouldn't know fascism if it kissed them on the mouth. And when he reads that snake venom poem, it is like it puts his audience in a trance almost. It's really creepy how much he reads it. But Schittler also had these tactics as a charismatic speaker, and he just would bombard his audience with multiple different, too much information. It bombards you, and so it just kind of like stupefies you, and you end up kind of just being numb to it. You're just like, okay, well, I don't know what the fuck this guy's talking about. So, because he
Well, and
throws out
it's
so many
simple.
things, he hopes one of them sticks.
Well, and it's simple language that people can hear, and then he just fucking says it over and over again, and it
His vocabulary is
sticks.
very simple.
It sticks. Well, I think I think his vocabulary is. He does this on purpose. I think he does
He
this
has studied it,
absolutely
believe
on
me.
purpose. Yeah, I don't think this is like he's an idiot and he's just that's the way. No, he's talking like that on purpose.
He
It's very
studied
demonic.
Schittler. He studied Schittler and Mein Kampf and other people like that. He reads their material and he has actually praised them allegedly. So yeah, I'm not saying he's stupid, but the people who follow him, I believe, are.
Well, for sure. And now, Joseph, you wanted to jump in there. Please go ahead.
I wanted to bring up this psychological phenomenon called I believe it's called the recurrency truth effect. And it's something that I do see Donald Trump do a lot. And I don't think it's because he is smart. I think as he's gotten older, he's just gotten less control over his ADHD. And he has these ADHD spirals. But that being said, the recurrency truth effect is literally the more you hear something, even if it is easily falsifiable, the more you believe it to be true. And so when he says 5, 6, 7 times in like a 3-minute span, just falsehoods over and over and over again, but he keeps repeating it. You know, like we all know shower heads, for example. Our shower heads don't all drip water one itty bitty drip at a time. Like he's said over and over and over again, they did. I've never had a shower head that did that. Even in older or newer places that I've lived, no shower head that I have ever bought, used, looked at in any cheap hotel, extravagant hotel has ever barely dripped because of water regulations. But because he keeps saying it, people will believe it, even if they have just come from a hotel with a new shower head that was working fine.
Well, that's
They
a
believe it.
communication skill you're pointing out, right?
It is.
Well, it's just the people. I go back and forth debating the MAGA people, because at the end of the day, I really do think that they're all just victims being taken advantage of. And it sucks to think that and then realize that I can't have the sympathy I want to have for them for being the victims that they are, because they are. They're all being taken advantage of.
We're all
And each
being
and
taken
every
advantage
person.
of.
Well, each and
Everybody.
every person who voted for Trump's life is materially going to be worse if it's not already.
So
But
But he
some of
succeeded.
So
Trump
I
succeeded.
just wanna touch on. I mean, I think everybody's life in America, in the West, is on a decline. The quality of life for everyone is on a decline. Products are getting smaller. Bills are going up. I mean, at what point do we realize that we have to come together as Americans, right? Despite what we believe, no matter if it's blue, red, Democrat, Republican, Muslim, Christian, black or white, the establishment can care less about the quality of life for anyone, and it's only getting worse. So we need to unite, and I have a solution, and the solution is a workers' movement for working people, and that's who's really suffering, because the elites and globalists, they do not work. They manipulate,
Nope.
whether they manipulate systems,
And
whether
exploit.
they exploit, whether it's the indigenous people of the land, whether it's the resources. The West is on a decline, and there's a digital dollar looming, and if we do not come together, then they're going to implement a biometric scanning system that is going to limit the movement of all Americans. So shattertheswarm.com, this gentleman, his name is Dr. Shiva Ayyadurai. He graduated from MIT and got a PhD in biological engineering, but what he's teaching is the science of systems. Everything is a system. And if you learn this system science, then we can reverse engineer the power structure and save capitalism and put the power back into the people, which he has a movement in all 50 states and in 102 countries around the world. So this movement is a global movement, but what it's teaching you is how to see the hypocrisy in all systems. Because if you look at it, the life expectancy, it's not looking good for our children or our
Can
grandchildren.
I ask you, is it socialism? Sure sounds like it.
No, it's not socialism, sir. He's a
Well, you said
capitalist.
to restructure and equity, and the system is corrupt. Let's bring it down. That's
I
socialist,
never
isn't it
said
not?
bring it down. I said put the power back into the people. You don't have
Well,
the
that's socialist.
resources to build it back
Well,
up.
the language
Socialism is
sounds
an
socialist.
economic
If you say it's
policy.
not, okay.
Who cares about the
Socialism is
language, sir?
Well, the labels aren't important here, I don't think, right?
Agreed.
Because I've been called a socialist my whole life, and I'm not a socialist.
They
So
call
people,
anybody to the left of hunting homeless for sport socialist. They
That's
call
funny.
anybody
Hashtag Brian
who opposes-
Killamede.
So,
So the main
I
thing
didn't
right.
mean to
though,
weaponize
is
it.
a
I was just
movement.
asking.
It's a movement, sir. We need a movement for working class citizens.
Well, here's the problem. Okay, we can
You're
have
right.
a movement, but to have a movement, somebody's got to compromise. Now,
There's
the
no
left,
compromising with these people, sir.
Aren't we compromising now?
let
Well,
me
we're
finish, please.
we're working class citizens. We don't need to compromise with the elites. They don't compromise
So the
with us.
problem is, Goyam, that Dewey is pointing out is that we can sit here and say, hey, yeah, let's all get together. But when it comes time to actually talk shop about what we're getting together to work towards, we're going to have people that call everything you're saying socialism.
But those are not
Right,
the
just-
people that we're geared. We're not geared towards.
But then we
those
lose half the
individuals.
country. Then we lose half the country.
So then we need to educate people on what socialism actually is and what it is that we're actually calling for. Socialism isn't economic.
We've
and
been
That'll
trying
take
to do
too
that
long.
for the last 100 years. We've
It'll-
been trying to do
It'll
that.
take too long to do that.
I agree. That's why there's other means like but talking about it, I think the first part is waking people up and changing people's mind. Like, you change the world by changing the minds of others.
You change the world by learning how to advocate on a local level and go straight to the top, which is the people
Well, that's
at the
organic
top.
culture.
So
we
Goy,
need a
okay.
strong organic
The-
culture. We don't have that in America.
The solution that you were talking about, you know, what in practicality does this look like? Because I know Sandhead had jumped in there and said that's socialism, but what was it exactly that you were saying?
The infrastructure to building this movement exists. Dr. Shiva is teaching the physics behind creating a movement, which he has the movement. He also, and he's doing it with system science. Everything is if we take an engineering approach to everything, the first thing we must learn is our body. He's a biological engineer and has a PhD from MIT in biological engineering, right? So if you look at the government just wants our taxes and our vote, and they can care less about anything else, right? If you look at Big Pharma just wants you to
Goyim, I'm gonna stop there
cutting me
because
off. I didn't cut you off. Big Pharma just wants us to outsource our health to them, right? Which it's one big loophole. They're all in the mix together, whether it's Big Pharma, Big Tech, or Big Government, right? And it's really them versus the people. So in order to save capitalism and to keep the freedoms that we do have, the only thing that keeps us free is our Second Amendment and fiat currency. Fiat currency allows us to travel from place to place where they cannot control what we spend our money on. But if you look at it from 1970 to now, they've just been printing money and charging the world interest to the point where we're at a point that the world no longer wants to use the fiat dollar, which BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa.
When I asked you about it, I was talking about the resolutions. We understand the problems. I think we all understand what the problem is. What was the solution that you were offering? I think you had said something about like smash the swamp monster or something like that.
I think he's talking about checking out of those systems. Like, if pharma wants you to be a customer, then learn to be self-sustainable for yourself in that aspect. And is that what you're saying?
Right. But basically, if you learn the science of systems, you can, like you said, you can check out of those systems. But more importantly, the goal is to unite. And there's a physics behind uniting, because what they want us to tear the system down, which they're not going to build it back up. The people doesn't have the money or the resources to build it back up, right? But if they can shut down the system, they can then implement a digital dollar, where then they can implement a biometric scanning system where they can stop the flow of everything.
Okay, so so in practicality, what does it look like? The people got to unite. That sounds great, but that's not a solution, right? That's not like a specific detail. Are you saying like, okay, so boycotting ABC, for example, or any of these corporations, check out of that. I'm good with that. When it comes to paying taxes, what, do we not pay taxes? Do we stop going to work? Do we start bartering? Do we do all of these things? What is the thing that you're talking about?
What we do is we learn about the not so obvious establishment. We know about the establishment. Dr. Shiva is teaching about the not so obvious establishment, which is the reason why professional sports is all year round, which is the reason why we're arguing about grifters and people who are being paid by the establishment to divide the people, right? We talk about Charlie Kirk, a big distraction. We talk about Candace Owens. They have to show us and tell us one time, and they see that we don't do nothing about it. So the solution is a movement, which this movement already exists. If you go to vashiva.com/orientation, you can RSVP for an open house that's on Zoom Thursday morning and Thursday night, which is in 102 countries. So this is a global movement, and it's directly linked to people like you and I, working class citizens, because no one is being paid with this movement. This movement is all volunteer.
To do what?
Sorry, I gotta go.
To go against the establishment.
Dr. Shiva, who?
Establishment.
Dr. Shiva Ayyadurai.
In what way? I've asked like 4 times now. And you haven't given me any specifics whatsoever. And then you're plugging some other thing, but you aren't telling me what it is that thing is like calling for.
The United States of America.
Who's this? Why are we listening to this? Okay,
Hey, I just brought him up. Okay, he's from India, and he ran for president in 2024. Okay.
I don't.
But all I'm saying is look them up. There's a movement that exists that's in all 50 states.
To do what?
To go against the establishment.
How?
How do we go against
That's
them?
what I'm asking. If this movement is so great and that you've participated in it, explain to me what they're offering. Like as a solution.
You shut shit down, bro. You gotta shut it down.
Can you
How do
name
you shut
something
it
in
down?
particular that you guys have done, like a single action that you guys have done?
Well, every day I get out there and expose the establishment. I speak about the not so obvious establishment. I speak about how they're actually deteriorating the quality of life for everyone. I mean, this is what we know, right? But as long as we're divided, we will never come together and go against the establishment. That's
And
basically what he's.
to not be divided, somebody's got to compromise.
I don't know
Somebody
how we
has
can
to
throw
say,
away
"I'm willing to
establishment,
give
some
up
new
this
ideology. I
to
don't know.
this." That's the way things work. That's the
Well,
way
things aren't
people
working, sir.
Hey, I understand, but you still have to tell me, how are people going to come together? You can't force somebody to come together if they don't want to agree with what each other does.
We need a clear
Somebody's
cut
got to
plan.
compromise somewhere and say, I'm willing to give this up for this.
So
And
is
we
this?
don't have that. We don't have that in Congress. We don't have that anywhere.
It's just so vague what you're saying. Like, I
It
like
is
what you're
very
saying,
vague.
but it's just vague. And people to join you, you need to be able, like, this is what we're going to do. Like, boycott these companies or heckle this person over this bill or
Or
help
barter your
this
shit
person run
instead
for
of buy
local
your
office.
shit. Yeah.
Yeah. We just need clear-cut ideas.
So Dr. Shiva, is this the same one that says that they invented the email?
Dr. Shiva invented email. Yeah.
Okay, and that C19 was virus mismanagement being overblown, lockdowns were unnecessary, that Anthony Fauci was part of the deep state. Is this the Dr. Shiva?
Do you know who he is?
Yes.
I know who he is.
Sounds kind of
He's the one that
populist.
talks a lot about certain vegetables or herbs and stuff that are good for the body, right?
Well, he has his companies are AI generated technology that correlates illnesses to herbs and herbal supplements. So,
Do they? Can I get my colloidal silver there instead of on Infowars.com?
I don't think you could get colloidal silver from him, bro.
He would probably
Damn
say
it.
an herb. Knowing him, he would probably be like, use this herb.
Back to Infowars I go.
Yeah. No, but he.
I do have a plug for silver that is actually scientifically based because there are antibiotic resistant things out there. I
Yeah.
had a wound on my foot that would not heal for weeks. I got Curad that had silver instead of the traditional antibiotics. It healed in like a few days.
Everybody should have it on hand.
I did a study on colloidal silver, and it turns out it'll cost you $1 billion in civil lawsuits. I'm just kidding, by the way. Yeah, correlation does not equal causation. Because the one guy I know that takes colloidal silver, he found himself $1 billion lawsuit.
Hey, when my
Sorry.
son has an infection on his tooth and he has like an abscess, I will put that on there because I don't like giving my kids antibiotics all the time. And it'll heal it. Like he said, his wound, colloidal silver, when used in moderation, is amazing. It's a natural antibiotic, among
It's a
other
silver
things.
bullet.
I've heard that, yeah.
Right, but that's all I was saying is that we need to build a movement. Dr. Shiva has the infrastructure that's doing it. And it's up to us. We have to be a part of what we want to see.
But what happens if Dr. Shiva gets big? He will be hijacked, just like Trump's MAGA movement was, for Christians who want to see goodness and the nation back to civil orderliness, etc. And his movement was hijacked when he got into office.
No, well, it was never a movement. It was words that
Wasn't hijacked. It was him all along. People blame everybody around him. Oh, he just had bad advisors his first term. No, he's just an idiot and he's a criminal. So I don't think anybody hijacked anything. I think he owed a lot of powerful people a lot of money, like Netanyahu and Putin.
Putin.
I don't know. I see people getting the highest levels of power in the world, and they don't seem more clever than anyone else. The only thing I see Trump have is some kind of speaking ability. He does seem to be able to make money. That Truth Social put another $5 billion in his coffers, but maybe that's people around him.
He's
I
a
don't know.
crook.
So,
oh yeah, they're all crooks. They're crooks who never got thrown into jail. He almost did.
Someone was trying
now
to say
the
something.
tall nerd wants to speak. I think it was
No,
you.
it was me. It was
Who?
me, host.
Oh, J1. What's up, man?
What's up, boss? How you been?
Good.
So I'll self-admittedly say I haven't been too into American politics over the past like 5-10 years, but I guess what
So you're
happened.
sane?
What'd you say?
So you're sane. Sorry.
Thank you. Okay. I guess what happened to Charlie Kirk kind of like brought me in at least a little more into politics when I saw you say like, okay, our country's divided. We have to figure out a way to undivide our country. When I see people celebrate this person getting unalived in front of his 2 children and wife, that's enough for me to understand that there's sick people in our country that will no matter what will happen, they will always be divided.
So you would agree that mocking people's deaths is bad, right?
For sure.
So why don't you say anything? And I'm sorry, I have to preface. People who always preface their statements with, I haven't gotten into this subject in like years, never know what
No,
they're
I've
talking
never
about.
been into politics. I didn't say haven't gotten into
You
years.
said you haven't really been in American politics for the past 10 years. That usually
And I'm
means you don't know what you're
26,
talking about.
so that okay.
Okay, so also Charlie Kirk spewed genocidal rhetoric for 2 years, laughed at destruction in Gaza, mocked people's unalivings in like mass numbers, like hundreds of thousands. Why don't
So
you
two
have
wrongs make
anything
a right.
negative to? I never said 2 wrongs make a right. I'm asking you, why didn't you have a problem with him doing that when hundreds of thousands of people have been unalived and he was just one person?
Yeah.
Well,
so
I think Charlie. I don't want to speak
I'm
for
asking
you.
him. I want to know.
I would love to
All right.
answer. I would love to answer you. So when it comes to his stance on Israel Palestine, I know that's a lot of your guys' concern, but again, he's an American and he was a Christian first before even American politics. So yeah, I understand it's not fun. Hold on one second. I know what you're talking about, right? The quote about the buildings and no longer you can't throw the gays off the buildings anymore because there's no more tall buildings. Like, okay, that's not a good quote to
I'm
make.
not just talking about that.
Terrible quote. Yeah.
Okay, so
not
what else are you talking about? Because that's the only thing I've heard.
Everything that he spewed about Gaza is manufacturing consent for G-side.
What did he?
Well, he
spew about
started
Gaza?
changing his stance actually.
That's not good
towards the
enough.
end.
Too little, too
I'm
late.
just saying that he did change his
for 2
stance.
So what did he
years,
say specifically?
He
Well,
encouraged.
she's really upset because
No,
the
I'm
thing
not
is,
upset.
Charlie
I'm
was aligned
speaking the
with
truth.
conservative.
Wait, so
he
what
was
did he
aligned
say?
with
Say
Trump.
I'm trying to tell you. He would often conflate Palestinians with Hamas. He said everything that happens in Gaza is Hamas's fault, not Israel's.
I agree with that.
He
Okay.
also would group. You agree with that statement?
Everything that's happened.
So
in,
if Israel drops a boom boom on a family, who's to blame? And that family is unalive. Who's to blame?
I'll tell you
Israel
why.
or Hamas?
I'll tell you why I blame Hamas because this war can be
Okay,
over.
I
this
don't
war
care
can-
about
this
that.
war
I
can be
just I
over
think
if they
you
surrender,
have been out
that's
of
why.
American politics for about 10 years, so you don't know what you're talking
Well,
about.
that's okay. So I want to point out that that's what J1 claimed, but I've seen J1's been on my panel before. He, even before Charlie Kirk. So
Yeah, I've always
I'm not
supported
sure. Yeah, I'm not
Well,
sure.
those were his
I'm
own
not
words.
sure that. No, I know those were his own words. Hold on. I know those were his own words. I'm just pointing out that he made that statement. Yet he's been coming to my panel. I think even 3 or 4 months ago you were up here,
But liberal
J1.
loudmouth, that wasn't for American.
Yeah, but
politics.
I wanted to
it wasn't
point
for
out that
American
it's a
politics, it
common
was for-
thing in
if it
U.S.
was-
politics in
Wait,
general.
liberal. It
If I
wasn't
may.
for American politics. It
If
was
I
for
may.
Israel Palestine. That's when I came up.
Then
Remember?
that may be true. That I don't remember the exact conversation, so I'll take you
Why
at your
is
word
one
that
man's
that's
unaliving
true.
more important than hundreds of thousands of people, half of them
Let
children,
it be
being unalived?
important. It's not more
I'm
important.
gonna answer your question. So
Can I just
Sam-
give?
And how is
Who
it
am I
okay
speak-
that he spews that rhetoric?
Who am I speaking to right
Let me
now, by
tell
the
you
way?
something. Civilians
itty
can
bitty.
also
I just
Itty
What?
bitty. Okay. No, itty bitty. Can I
I
respond
wanted
to
to-
you? 'Cause I
Civilians
agree
can
with
also
you.
wait. Civilians can also be charged with incitement of G-side in court. Actual civilians. So someone like Charlie, who had such a mass following and who was so influential to many young minds in America, he should definitely be held accountable for his part in that. When you spew lies like Israel isn't starving Gaza, or Like everybody's unaliving in Gaza is the fault of
All you're talking about
Hamas
is
and not
Gaza.
Israel. Like that is
You realize
incitement
when
of,
Charlie talked, it was like 98% about America and 2% Gaza. Why are you so focused on Gaza so much?
okay, I'm using it as an
There are a
example.
lot of people.
I'm using it as an
Yeah.
example. I do not have to bring up
It's 2
every
million
topic
people.
of where he was a racist bigot because I could
Okay,
do
I hear
that.
you. Let me put it this way, itty bitty. Okay, you can disagree with him politically all you want, and I disagree with a lot
It's
of
not
people.
political to be
Okay,
okay with
morally,
mass murder.
morally, whatever. Okay, I disagree with. Let me give you an example. Yahya Sinwar a lot. When he got unalived, I
Oh my
didn't
lord.
take a glass of wine or celebrate this person's unalivement.
So
I was
neither did I.
hold on. Let me finish. I was happy that he was unalived because it's less violence. If I saw a video of this man shot in the neck, pew-pewed in the neck, in front of his children and wife, I would actually have some remorse.
They actually weren't there, by the way.
Yeah,
In front of the nation.
yeah, in front of the nation,
So-
exactly. I would
Okay,
have some. I would have some sympathy. I would have some sympathy. What do you mean they weren't there? The whole world saw it.
They weren't there.
They
No,
weren't
they weren't.
there.
They weren't
The whole
there.
No,
world
they
saw
weren't.
it.
They weren't
You are
there.
so
Yeah,
propagandized.
no. Hold on. Not that it matters, but when you say he pew-pewed them in front of his wife and kids,
In front of
what
the
that,
whole world.
what that it in front of the whole world. Fine, the whole world must have been watching that debate
Bro, everyone saw this video. If you wanted to see it, you
afterwards.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. The whole world saw this guy's
Afterwards, they
assassination,
weren't
and-
there.
and
Stop
half the-
saying in
and
front
half
of
the
his
Americans
wife
that
and
I
his
speak to-
kids. Stop saying that. It's not true.
Half the Americans I talk
Jesus
to
fucking
are
Christ.
happy about it and are
Seriously.
using Gaza to justify it. You guys like that's
I'm not
terrible.
using. Okay, I never.
Nobody's
laughed at it.
justifying it. It's just as bad whether his wife and his kids are there or not.
Yeah, and nobody's justifying it. I am pointing out the hypocrisy that people who claim to be Christians and followers of Christ are sitting here inciting G-side against 2.3 million people, half of them children. And you think it doesn't matter? You think it's 2% of the issue? Bro, he was a bigot. He hated
I
black
think he was
people.
trying to bring
He
people to
hated
Christ,
Islam.
not
So
bring them
how
to
is it
Israel.
that his
Agreed.
I'm
Sam.
not celebrating anybody's deaths.
The one,
He celebrated people's deaths.
Okay, the
He
one
did.
problem I had with Kirk, the one thing that I can critique
Oh,
him
only
on
one?
is that it's only one.
Oh my
is that
God.
he's an Islamophobe. That was the one thing that he was. He wasn't a
Okay.
fascist. He wasn't a
but-
racist.
but-
He
I
wasn't
never said he was a
Wait,
fascist.
can I finish?
Wait.
He wasn't a fascist. He wasn't a racist. He wasn't all these words that the left likes
He
to
was
use.
racist.
No, he wasn't. Show me a racist.
He was.
clip.
I
Show me
have.
I have a heart.
I have like a half an hour of clips of
Okay,
him.
show it to me, and let's watch the full context. of
Okay,
the
I don't know
conversation.
what you're saying.
Well, just here, real quick.
He was
real quick,
saying that like highlights aren't qualified if they're darker.
That's not what he said. That's
Yes,
not what
he
said.
did.
That
He
is-
said it.
That's not what he said. I can tell you the
Listen
whole
to the
story.
host.
Let me play this real quick.
Heart for Israel. It made me a stronger Christian in a way I can't even tell you. The whole concept of ethnic cleansing, I think temper.
Oh, never mind. This is the wrong video. I'll
get back to it because Charlie Kirk was very critical and stated that he believed that Israel allowed October 7th to happen. So
Yeah,
J1,
but
would that change your opinion of Charlie Kirk?
No, I believe. No, hold on one second. I watched that entire clip. The sentence after he said, "Let's be on team civilization here and let's destroy those Hamas animals." So let's not like try to conflate
Okay,
different things.
okay. So he did say that they knew that it was happening and they allowed it to happen and they told him to stand down. These are things that he said.
I agree to an extent that there was a lot of lapses on October 7th. No one disagrees with that, honestly.
Lapses. They
No
were
one's-
told to
Lapses.
stand down.
Okay, a lapse is different than telling soldiers to stand down, which we
He
have
never said-
soldiers.
He never said anybody.
He didn't say that. That's what happened.
Soldiers, no. Charlie Kirk believed, or at least thought
yeah.
that may have been true. He said
never
this.
said that. He never
Yes, he
said
did.
that.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. He said it on Patrick Bet David's show.
Okay, can you show
and
me that
he's- That's what I thought I had, but I'll
Okay, so
find
when
it.
you have
Yes.
it, let me know. When
Yes.
you have it, let me. Guys, listen.
No,
a lot
no,
of your
who did it?
clips
I
are
Go
saw
ahead.
that
Intelligence
clip.
agent.
They're not in
I
reality.
saw that clip. Of
So
Charlie
show it
Kirk
to me.
saying
Show
that.
it to me. Show me that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna find it.
We're working on it, dude. Why can't you look this stuff up too? I'm just.
I'm gonna give you an example. I went on a liberal panel 2 days ago, and they showed me a clip of him screaming at Cenk Uygur, and they thought he was saying the C word. I'm like, guys, he's screaming at a political commentator called Cenk Uygur. You guys don't even know what clips you guys are watching.
Yes, we do. You are making
not
so
you,
many
not you.
assumptions,
Just-
and it's
just-
so
just like
annoying
the liberals
because
in general.
you clearly haven't seen any of the shit that we've seen.
So show it to me. Educate
We're
me.
working on it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm here all
Bro.
day. Take your
The
time.
clips
Don't
are
worry.
there. I have seen them too.
Oh my god.
But I was trying to break in earlier to point out that it's actually a common pattern in U.S. politics that half the country thinks we live in the country that existed 10 years ago, right? But there's some people with outdated knowledge out there that are like, they just pretend that that's how it still is. It's not. The country changed.
Huh?
Someone was saying that you had an opinion from 10 years ago, and the host was saying you had been up on the panel recently.
No, I said
and I was
haven't
pointing
been
out
into
that
American
even
politics basically my whole life, honestly. I've been on the panel like
You
3 months
haven't.
ago talking about Israel, Palestine to defend Israel, but that's about it. I
but
don't
you're
talk
not from
about.
the United States.
I am American, yeah. I mean, of course I'm in the United States.
You just don't talk about politics a lot.
No, he
I
just
don't-
likes to
I
talk
don't
about
engage-
Israel because
I don't
Israel
engage
is
in
more
politics. I'll
important
tell
than
you
the
why, guys.
U.S.
I'm not even conservative.
I
I
see,
think
I
it's,
see.
it's a divisive tool, politics.
He's a Zionist.
In America.
go.
I
So I've
think
been in Israel
it
many
divides
times.
us.
The whole country's a fortress.
Listen,
When I first
Okay,
heard this
let
story,
me ask a
hold
question.
on, hold on, listen.
Give you a follow because I like to debate.
All right, listen.
so I've been in
play it,
Israel
play
many
it. It's
times.
not-
The whole country's
Go
a
ahead.
fortress. When I first heard this story, I still had the same gut instinct that I did initially. I find this very hard to believe. I've been to that Gaza border. You cannot go 10 feet without running into a 19-year-old with an AR-15 or an automatic machine gun that is an IDF soldier. Right? The whole country is surveilled. And so let me just kind of go through this. We don't talk about Israeli politics very often, and most Americans don't know this. The last 9 months, Israel was on the brink of civil war. It's not an exaggeration. This judicial stuff, there were hundreds of thousands of Israelis taking to the streets because Bibi Netanyahu is basically redefining the Israeli constitution. That's not an exaggeration, right? He said the judicial branch has too much power. There were protests planned this week against Netanyahu, where they anticipated tens of thousands of people to take to the streets. That's all gone, Patrick. Netanyahu now has an emergency government and a mandate to lead. I'm not willing to go so far that saying that Netanyahu knew or there was intelligence here, but I think some questions need to be asked. Was there a stand down order?
Hold on.
Was there a mandate to lead? I'm not
Hold on,
willing
listen.
to go so far that saying that Netanyahu knew or there was intelligence here, but I think some questions need to be asked. Was there a stand down order?
Mm-hmm.
Was there a stand down
Truth
order?
there. Oh.
6 hours? I don't believe it. Israel's the size of New Jersey. When I took a helicopter ride from Jerusalem to the Gaza border, it's 45 minutes. 6 hours. They're live streaming the killing of Jews. Did somebody in the government say stand down? That is a legitimate, non-conspiracy question. The whole country is the IDF. The whole country.
Perfect. This is
There you
perfect. So
go.
he asked a question. He didn't say something.
And this was
Why
right
do you
after it
change the
happened.
Why do you change the man's words, liberal? Why
This
do you
is
change it?
what do you mean? This is right after it
He didn't say,
happened.
I think there was a stand down order. He said, let's say he
Okay,
asked
so
that.
Charlie Kirk does this a lot. What it's
Jesus
called?
Christ, you guys
It's
change
called.
words.
It's called layering. No. He'll make a statement to give himself plausible deniability. Then he'll
For
tell
sure,
you
I
what
agree
he
with that.
believes. Just like with the black pilot comment in the Ketanji Brown Jackson comment. This isn't what I actually believe. It's like when somebody says, "I'm not a racist, but ... and you know the thing that's about to come out of their fucking face is a racist comment. This is what he does. That's how he talks.
Okay,
That was
liberal,
his
can I ask
manner
you
of
a serious
speaking.
question? Can I
So
ask you- is it racist to say?
that preface part that he was saying was just to give him plausible deniability because he had ridden so hard with Israel for so long, and at that moment he started to question it.
Wait, can I ask you a simple question? If you don't mind, host?
Well, okay,
Please.
if I can clarify quickly, because you mentioned the 6 hour delay, that was actually the time it took to move tanks from the West Bank to Gaza.
Okay, thanks, boss. Okay, so tall nerd. Host. I have a question for you. Because what I think Charlie got confused with racism a lot was just wanting to have a meritocracy. Okay, so my question for you is this: is it racist for me to say that Black Americans are better than white Americans usually at basketball?
I don't know.
Is that racist though, in your opinion?
Do you think it's racist?
Yeah,
I don't.
that
I
would-
think it's
that would
backed
be
by
racist.
fact. I think it's backed by like data.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is your
But-
point?
but
You're gonna
one
say
of the
whites
things we
are
need to
better at
talk about
flying
when
an
we talk
airplane?
about confronting racism.
But hold on, but if I
we need to
reverse
talk
this-
Do
about
you
the
think
fact
it's
that
racist?
when you are-
Let me ask you, since you asked me a question and I answered it.
Yeah, yeah.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think it's racist to tell a black person who is a Supreme Court justice that they stole a white person's job? Do you think that's racist?
I would need the context of how that person got.
No. That was the
If she
statement.
actually, hold on. If she actually stole a white person's job, then no. But if
Okay,
she
so
did-
here's what's interesting is somebody who went to school with Charlie Kirk said in high school with Charlie Kirk that he was a bully in high school. And of course, he wasn't like a bad bully, but he was an asshole. But then when he applied to go to West Point and they denied him, that was the switch with Charlie Kirk, where he would then go around and complain about how he lost his position to a black person. This was in high school. And the only he thought he was rejected to go to West Point. He thought for sure that he was rejected in West Point because of a black person. Now, this is what somebody who says they went to school with Charlie Kirk says. So take that for what it's worth. And then you take that and you apply it to what he just said about the Ketanji Brown Jackson shit. And I'll play that clip if you'd like me to. Where he literally says they took a black, that they stole a white person's job as if a white person is entitled to that job, and you don't think that's racist?
Wait, liberal loudmouth. This is what I've heard him say. If you allow me to explain, okay? The airplane quote when he said that you can see people taking white people's jobs. It's taken out of context because he's talking about United Airlines and how historically they've had like 45% of their pilots.
But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us.
Can I finish?
Well, let's let Charlie speak for Charlie.
Yeah, sure.
Can we do that?
But I want to draw one last analogy for you. The reason why I said the NBA is because he said if we said, okay, 50% of the NBA should now be white, that would make the NBA get worse. Okay, it would make it. It wouldn't. We're promoting meritocracy here, liberal loudmouth. That's all I'm promoting here.
Are you?
I'm not saying blacks are better than whites. I'm not saying whites are better than blacks. Everyone should be judged based on their merit. I don't know why anybody.
Okay, look, I'm okay with that. But when you use that to push racist shit and believe that white people are somehow entitled to a job,
I never said that.
No, Charlie did. Charlie did.
When did I say white people? Oh, Charlie did. Okay,
yes.
When did he say that? When did he say that?
Okay, so that's the implication. When you say that Ketanji Brown Jackson stole a white person's slot, that is racist. That implies that a white person was somehow going to get that slot.
Hold on, but he also said Tim Walsh stole another person's job too. He said his DEI candidate hire too. So is that also racist?
I can't speak to that. I've never heard that claim.
That's racist?
I've never heard that statement.
I've heard him say that multiple times. He said Tim Walsh was a DEI candidate hire because he was a white man and they were doing bad with the white man and they're pulling. So is that also racist because he's white?
Okay, if you're a white person and you get it for some minority status or whatever it is, that shouldn't
happen. You're not
happen.
getting what I'm saying, boss. You said he's racist for saying a black person got it.
Pull up play the statement. Play the quote.
Give me two.
Play the quote.
Give me two.
Play the quote.
I got you.
Play the quote.
Can I ask a question to this guy? Just one question.
Well, sure. But I want him to play that quote because I don't know what he's talking about.
I need like 2 minutes, but I'll listen to your question, boss.
Go ahead, Dewey.
Oh, why do you think that Charlie Kirk gets the same respect that JFK got when he was assassinated? What makes him elevate to that point? He's just a guy that went around and tried to recruit Republicans with rhetoric. So what gives him the same respect as JFK got when he was assassinated? This guy is nobody. He's absolutely
I can answer that.
And you people have just
moved
him up to a position that he does not belong to.
Toland, you can answer.
Tell me why.
At the end of the day, I've never compared this guy to JFK, and I've never said that he deserves the same recognition. I'm just saying that any person who was assassinated for their political views, that's wrong in our country. We live in America. We don't live in a third world.
I agree with that, but why has the Republican Party pushed him to the same point?
I can answer that
because his words are being taken out of context, guys. That's why.
So it's the fact that Charlie Kirk created a grassroots movement that added millions of dollars to campaign coffers and helped Republicans win. That's why they love him.
That's true.
But that's no true. Reason. That's no reason to raise him to the point they raised him to. He's just another person.
It's not a logical reason, but it is a reason.
I actually empathize. I empathize with Republicans on that point. As much as I hate Charlie Kirk as a person and his terrible opinions, I empathize with why Republicans feel that way about him. It doesn't have to be rational.
Okay.
And that was something else I was going to say about racism, is that just because something is true doesn't make it not racist, right? In fact, a lot of fighting racism is ignoring things that are true.
Okay.
But I still didn't give an answer. You gave me an
And
answer.
we may not need one when it comes to the human experience. I think that's part of the problem with America is that we've been
That's just
emphasizing
it.
STEM education. So everyone's using logic to analyze humanity, and we're not robots. We're humans. We don't need to make sense. In fact, logical fallacy is part of the moral arguments of the Lincoln-Douglas style of debate. We've been missing that lately.
Logical fallacy.
Illogical fallacies are built into morality. That's what makes us human.
But I'm still waiting for an answer from him. Not
Now, I'm
you.
still waiting for the clip. Yeah, I'm not sure what he is talking about with Tim Walz. But I would like to play this clip here.
I'm gonna find the Tim Walz thing right now. Don't worry.
This may be the clip. I think it is.
But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know.
Well, let me just be clear. I got into Harvard only because of affirmative action. That's how I got there. That's how Ketanji got there. That's how Justice Jackson, I should say. Justice Jackson got there. It's how Clarence Thomas got there.
You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You
Okay,
had
are you
to
ready
go
for the
steal a
clip?
white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. We know. We know. It's very obvious to us that you were not smart enough to be able to get in on your own.
Okay, ready, go?
Despite getting through Harvard, graduating, becoming a Supreme Court justice, this person believes that Ketanji Brown Jackson stole a white person's slot at Harvard? How is that not racist?
Not at Harvard, in the Supreme Court. Are you ready for this? or
No. He was literally talking about the slot at Harvard.
Okay, I found your quote about Waltz. Ready?
Okay, let's hear it.
Took the time to find it.
She gets the next one.
Yeah.
All right.
Sorry.
All right.
Yeah,
Yes.
I just have to know. Do you think Tim Walz is a DEI
Yes.
candidate? Okay. I just want to see if
No,
you're consistent on that.
DEI does not mean black. Tim Walz was only chosen because the Democrat Party is doing so poorly with white men that they tried to find a white man that they could put on the ticket.
But then also,
Boom. So that took like 2 minutes to find that. So is that racist?
Okay. Putting a white person up?
Yeah.
Okay, so is there proof that they actually put a white person up? That they said, hey, we need to find a white person.
You see how you liberals change the topic?
No. I'm asking you to prove to me that they actually did what he just stated they did. That they purposely chose a white person.
No. They purposely chose a black woman.
Is that racist?
Joe Biden said that he was going to have a black woman as his vice.
And that was ignorant.
Yeah, that was ignorant, and that's a DEI candidate hire. Same with Tim Walz.
Okay, does that make them unqualified?
No one's saying unqualified. No one's
Okay,
saying
we were talking about meritocracy being the thing that we want.
Sir.
Okay, do you think that Kamala Harris was underqualified to be
100%
vice
to be
president?
our next president?
Why?
Yes.
She served in literally
done?
every branch of government, sir. She would have been the only president, I believe, that had served in all three.
Yeah, she's
underqualified
to be our president.
As a lawyer?
How
is she underqualified?
Could you name one thing
expand
what
this.
Kamala Harris has done?
No, that's not what we asked you. How is she underqualified? Is your claim that she's underqualified? How?
Because she hasn't done much for our country. That's the main reason.
She was literally the vice president.
Yeah, and what did she do in her term that you support?
As a vice president, she was a vice president.
Hold on.
No. Let's go back. Let's go back to the underqualified claim. Hold on. You said she was underqualified. What do you? Why?
Because she's done nothing for America. What do you mean?
What do you mean? She was a DA.
Her own Democrats don't like her.
She was the AG. She was the AG of a state. Bro, she worked in all three branches of government. What are you talking about?
We talking about San Francisco right now?
I'm talking about her career, her life. You're saying that what did Trump do?
Okay. As the
compare her to Trump and tell me why Trump is qualified and she isn't.
Trump was already a president and he had a successful.
No. When he first ran, what made him qualified?
I don't think he was too qualified politically. I don't.
Yeah. Did you vote for him?
No, I didn't.
Who did you vote for?
I didn't vote. I don't think I was.
I see.
I wasn't old enough to vote. I don't think.
Would you have?
Probably not. I didn't even
Who
vote
would you
for
have
Trump in
voted?
2020.
Who do you think you would have voted for?
I didn't even vote for Trump in 2020 either. But I
Who do
voted
you-
for him in 2024. That's
Who do you think you would have voted for in 2016? Would you have voted for Hillary?
Probably. Probably Trump. Yeah, probably not Hillary.
Okay, so you would have voted for an underqualified person.
Actually, I don't know. Maybe Hillary.
You literally just said that Trump was underqualified. And now you're sitting here telling me that Tim Walz was a DEI hire, which means, that they purposely chose him because he was a white man, which maybe, but that's about
my
optics.
contentions against Hillary.
That's about optics. That's about optics.
My view on Hillary is different than political. You might find it funny, but I wouldn't vote for somebody who, couldn't even please their own husband and thinking that they can please the entire country. I know that's kind of a bad excuse, but that's my.
Yeah, so you would have voted for an underqualified person. I get it.
I didn't vote.
No, you just said you said that you would have voted for Trump.
Hypothetical. That's all you liberals can do. Let's talk about reality.
I asked you a question. You answered the question. I'm going back to the answer that you gave. If you don't like that, I'm sorry. You shouldn't have said
I
it.
wouldn't have voted in 2016. How about that?
I mean, you didn't.
Yeah, I didn't vote exactly.
And you said you didn't vote in 2020.
The point is this, guys. Kamala Harris is a DEI hire. Tim Walz is a DEI hire. Neither statement is racist.
That's bullshit.
One's black, one's white.
So I did want to.
That's
I did want
bullshit.
to talk about the difference between racism and anti-racism, because talking about race in and of itself is not racist, right? Like if you're trying to elevate a historically oppressed race, that is anti-racist. It is not racist.
What? Hold on. Elevating okay, hold on. So if I said I want to have a black-only college, right, to elevate their education, is that okay for you, sir?
There are black-only scholarships, and
Okay,
that's
so
the
can I
purpose
have
they serve.
white-only scholarships too then?
They do
No,
have
you can't.
See, this is the hypocrisy that you guys fall apart, and the whole
It's not
the
a
whole nation doesn't
hypocrisy.
like it.
It's
Of course
making
it's-
up for
of course it's
historical wrongs that
hypocrisy.
you refuse to recognize continue into the present.
Bro, I don't care what you're trying to say. If I had a store and I said only black
Exactly,
people
you don't care. That's what racism is.
because you're saying
It's a
bullshit,
lack of
bro.
empathy.
No one.
Yeah,
in
it's not bullshit.
2025, no one wants
It's
to
just
believe
your
it.
lack of ability to understand, right? Your
Okay,
ignorance
so
is not
the tall
what
nerd.
bullshit
If there was a
Uh-huh.
store in your neighborhood owned by a black person, and he said only black people can come shop at my store, you'd be okay with that?
No.
It depends on where it was
We have
located.
some brain here.
But yeah, it not the best look. I'll give you that.
What do you mean not the best look, dude? That's racism, bro. You can have reverse racism.
No,
too.
it's so
You're discriminating against the
yes,
race.
reverse racism is not a thing. Black people cannot be racist to white
Black
people.
people can't be
cannot.
racist. Okay, so if a black person
They
says,
can't.
I don't want to be next to that person because he's white, what does that mean? What is that? Just hate speech?
That is prejudice. That is prejudice, but it's not racism.
Okay,
Yeah.
so if a white person said to the black person, I don't want to be next to that person because he's black, that's racism, right?
That is racism because of the power dynamic.
Your
That's the part
hypocrisy
conservatives
is
don't understand.
insane. Anybody watching
No,
just
this is what
read through this
conservatives don't
hypocrisy.
understand. It's the power dynamic. So we have white people in charge of 60% of the economy, even though they're 40% of the people, right? So that until that levels out, then you can talk about
Okay, so let
equality.
me give you a better
There's a difference between racism as a structure and a system, and racism as an adjective to describe behavior.
I hear what he's saying, but let me just this will just debunk this whole thing, okay? You have a black CEO, right, with a white person who's like at the bottom barrel of that company. If that black person is racist to that white person, now that he has a way higher power dynamic, does it now make you racist? Because you just said racism has to do with power dynamics. That's what you just said to me.
I think within that company, it might actually be fair to say that. Sure.
Okay, good. So it's about power now, racism. I didn't know that.
It is. It always was. I'm explaining
So black
it to you.
people can be racist if they have power, right?
If they have power, sure.
Okay,
I'll
so a
give you
black
that.
business owner with the power to choose who goes in his store or not is hence racist. Thank you.
That's why I said it depends on where it is, right? Because there are certain neighborhoods where white people may never visit. I've been there.
Yeah, if it's willingly, if that's like their choice, that's not racism. But if they're being discriminated against for their color, that is racism, boss. No matter if you're black,
Yeah,
white,
and
purple.
there was a similar dynamic with white racism, right? We had certain white-only clubs that were like the last to be sued because no one cared, like the Augusta Golf Course. Were
Yeah,
last
that's also
to be sued.
racist.
That was misogyny.
But that's going off like years of like racism we've had in our country. It's not like we actively are building stuff to do that. You know what I mean?
Sure, and it's going to be a process to undo it, is what I'm saying.
Okay, sure. I want to live in a country where everyone has the same rights everyone has the same freedoms. Can we all agree on that at least?
Eventually, that's the mountaintop MLK talked about.
Yeah, well, to that, I'm glad you brought that up, J1, because do you disagree with what Donald Trump and his FCC chair did to get rid of Jimmy Kimmel? Do you think that's appropriate?
No, not at all. I think actually when you spew propaganda like that on a well-known network, that's dangerous, very dangerous. And Donald Trump had no.
Wait, what was the propaganda?
Insinuating that it's a right thing, that it's like a conservative thing. Listen, you don't bring politics on a show.
So let's listen to what he actually said. Let's do that, okay? Because you're actually you're doing propaganda yourself.
Or did ABC fire him?
Well, Brendan Carr went on the Benny Jones show and threatened ABC with FCC being able to, pull licenses and do all of these other things if they didn't capitulate and fire and/or suspend the guy.
Okay.
And right after that is when Nexstar decided to pull.
You feel the same way about.
And the executives at ABC, for the record, looked at what Jimmy Kimmel said, and it's been reported that they didn't have an issue with it until after Brendan Carr said what he said, and then Nexstar. Yep. Let's listen to what he said.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger pointing, there was grieving. On Friday, the White House flew the flags at half staff, which got some criticism. But on a human level, you can see how hard the president is taking this.
My condolences on the loss of your friend Charlie Kirk. May I ask, sir, personally, how are you holding up over the last day and a half, sir?
I think very good. And by the way, right there, you see all the trucks? They've just started construction of the new ballroom for the White House, which is something they've been trying to get, as you know, for about 150 years. And it's going to be a beauty.
Yes. He's at the fourth stage of grief, construction. Demolition, construction.
Okay.
So was I wrong? What I said? He just said.
Yes, you are wrong. Actually,
hold on. He said instead of the MAGAs blaming it on us, it's them who did this.
No, on anything but one of their own is what he said.
Yeah, one of their own. What does that mean?
Okay, have you seen a Republican saying that Tyler was a Republican?
Dude, Tyler was dating a trans.
Well, hold on. Have you seen any Republican? Hold on, wait, J1, answer the question. Have you seen a Republican say that Tyler was a Republican? Have you seen that?
No.
But you've seen them blame it on that he was trans. You've seen it that he was a liberal. You've seen it that he was even a groyper. You've seen it that this is, I'm talking, no, not what you said, what other Republicans have said. So they have attributed to Tyler everything but one of their own. Is that not a true statement?
Sure.
Okay. That's not propaganda, is it?
Jimmy Kimmel, Kimmel can't attribute that to the MAGA movement.
He didn't.
Live television.
He said they are blaming it on everybody but one of their own, which is a true statement.
And then mocking Trump, saying, "Oh, look how much."
Is that freedom of speech? You said you wanted freedom in this country, didn't you, J1?
In any other countries, in any other country, he'd be probably in jail.
Okay, we're talking about America, sir. Let's stick to America. You said you wanted freedom,
brother.
So does he get to say that? Okay, and it's wrong for the government
the news network, ABC
to
has the right
threaten.
to fire him. No,
They do, but when the government says if you don't do this thing, we're going to punish you, that is problematic. Would you agree?
Sure, I don't like control either.
So now I want to point something else out because this also happened about the same time. Give me a second. I'm going to play another clip.
No problem.
And it's not a
I want you to tell me the difference between what Kimmel said and what this guy's about to say.
money issue. They have given billions of dollars to mental health and the homeless population. A lot of them don't want to take the programs. A lot of them don't want to get the help that is necessary. You can't give them a choice. Either you take the resources that we're going to give you or you decide that you're going to be locked up in jail. That's the way it has to be now.
Or involuntary lethal injection or something. Just kill them.
Yeah, Brian, why did it have to get to this point?
Right.
Now, Donald Trump
didn't seem to, Brendan Carr, homeless people. Homeless people.
See, why can't you play me like the minute before so I can hear the whole thing? And
well, it doesn't matter. They're talking about homeless people. Because the black guy was talking about if they don't accept the help that we give, we put them in jail. Brian Kilmeade then turned around and said, or involuntary lethal injection. And then he said, just kill them. Donald Trump said nothing about that. Brendan Carr said nothing about that. They did not punish or threaten to punish Fox News for
my
that.
consistency. Ready? It's just me. Okay, let me show you my consistency.
Sure.
If that network decided to fire those two gentlemen, I would have no problem with it. Okay, that's my consistency. So I have no problem with Jimmy Kimmel being fired. I have no problem with these two people being fired. That's how I think. Any company decides what they want to do.
Okay.
Yeah, so when the company is being threatened with punishment,
then
you just omit that fact.
Arguing for it. Yeah, I'm telling you how I feel.
You have to omit. Hold on. You have to omit the fact that the FCC chair threatened that company. You have to omit that in order for you to say, well, a private company decided to fire the guy. No, they were pushed into it.
So when Carlson got fired, was that a Fox News thing or was that a Trump thing?
Carlson?
Yeah,
Tucker Carlson? I don't know. I don't remember why he was fired.
It comes down to the network, right? I think it's Fox News making that decision. I think
they can fire them, sure.
Yeah. So I don't think it's Trump saying you got to fire Jimmy Kimmel. I don't think.
Okay, but do you know the exact quote from the FCC chair? He said, "We can do this the easy way or the hard way."
That's right. Yeah, it was definitely a threat, and it was right after that the next star
it's a dangerous game Kimmel was playing. I think that's really dangerous what he's doing.
No,
to make a joke.
What he did is like First Amendment protected.
It's a dangerous joke.
So you don't want freedom in this country?
Of course I do. I'm just saying.
Listen, this is what the First Amendment was literally for. Jayon, this is what the First Amendment was literally for. So the Supreme Court has ruled specifically satire, comedy is protected.
Of course, yeah, it's protected, but you can get fired.
So what?
No,
we're not talking about being fired.
Well, excuse me. It is the second time. 25 years ago, we had Bill Maher fired for saying that Americans were the one lobbing missiles from afar before 9/11. That was the last time a comedian was fired.
Wait, what did he say, Bill Maher? Sorry.
Bill Maher said that Americans were the one lobbing. He said Americans were the cowards lobbing missiles from afar before 9/11.
That's so.
He was fired from ABC.
Yeah.
It was a critical way of talking about American foreign policy, right? We didn't actually fight ground wars. We didn't meet the people. We didn't talk to them. We didn't influence anyone. We just attacked people, right? So it was
can I ask you a question?
criticism.
Was that pew pew an attack on free speech too? Can we all just call a spade here?
So sure, I'll agree with you on that.
You could say that some people would have been chilled by that in that they might be afraid to speak. Sure, but that wasn't the government that did that, was it?
Yeah, it was one radical person. Do we agree?
Correct. Yes, it's different when the government does it, right? Because you've already acknowledged. Well, hold on. You've already acknowledged that private organizations are allowed to shut your speech down if they don't like it. So you don't get to say was that censoring free speech because that was a private individual that did a shitty fucking thing.
I didn't say censor. I said a shot at free speech, guys. Listen, I think the other side might. The reason why I'm concerned for our country is the other side has extremists too.
You're trying to compare the two. You can't.
Those extremists might take measures into their own hands too. I pray that our country has no more political violence, guys, but it doesn't seem like we're headed towards that direction.
So what's interesting is we have an issue with somebody shutting down what somebody said in the manner that allegedly Tyler did. Right, we have an issue with that, and the solution in Trump's mind is to go around and shut down freedom of speech, which is what Charlie did not want. So we honor his memory by doing the thing that he didn't want us to do. That doesn't make any sense.
You know what's interesting? Because when Charlie talked about this, he obviously does it way better than me. I can show you the clip. He talked about how much Biden actually limited free speech and actually threatened to arrest Trump for so and so amount of years, and that's what a monarchy looks like, not whatever Trump was doing. So I'd love to hear what you're talking about.
Who said that?
Charlie Kirk did.
Okay, so let me ask you a question.
Biden was threatening our democracy by threatening to put Trump in jail and shutting down news networks and whatnot.
Biden never shut down any news networks. He never threatened to put Trump in jail.
He didn't threaten to put Trump in jail, so Kirk was lying about that?
So let me ask you a question.
Can you find the quote of where he said that?
Yeah, I'll get it for you. Listen, liberal. I can get you quotes. I showed you. I got
bring
the other
the
one.
video up. Show us the video. It's very easy. Go
Liberal,
get the
didn't I
video.
get the last one for you in
Go
like
get
2
the
minutes?
video.
You did. I mean, I'd be interested to see what Biden said that you believe or Charlie Kirk believed
No, it's what
was.
Trump. It's what Charlie Kirk said about Biden. That's what it is.
No, I don't care what Charlie Kirk. No. Charlie Kirk said Biden said something. I'm saying when did Biden say what Charlie Kirk said?
Well,
Biden said?
wait, hang on, because I do have a video.
Biden's quote.
I already
Yeah,
have
that
a
I'll
video,
look
by
for
the
you, no
way, because
problem.
I'm 10 sets ahead of everybody. Biden or Charlie Kirk claimed that Biden tried to arrest him. He sent the Department of Justice after Charlie Kirk for J6. That is not even true, though. That was entirely inaccurate. Biden never sent the DOJ after Charlie Kirk. What did happen, though, was that in 2023, I believe, Turning Point USA got a penalty by the Federal Elections Committee for mishandling funds, actually, that they were given. That's the only thing that ever happened with Turning Point USA, but the Department of Justice never went after Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, and let's be clear. This is a guy that ran on lock her up, lock her up, lock her up.
And free speech.
Well, did he
ran
lock
on
her
free
up?
speech too. Don't forget that.
Did he lock her up?
He didn't, but he ran on it, and his base loved it. His base loved it.
Yeah, but but it's all words. It's like actual like rhetoric just to get votes. I guess it's not like reality.
And you find it acceptable that you find it acceptable either. No, hold on. You find it acceptable that either the guy was serious and just couldn't do it, or that he lies to your fucking face.
Hello.
No, politicians lie all the time. You don't think Kamala Harris lied?
Okay, what did Kamala Harris lie to you about?
You're in a call.
Trying to help the Gaza situation when they were doing nothing actively to help them.
They were getting aid into Gaza?
They were also funding the Israeli military.
I mean, that's true. That's true.
Did
But
she
that
lie
wasn't a
about
lie.
funding?
That wasn't a
Did
lie.
they lie about funding the Israeli military?
I mean, she ran on
told
things
us-
that she ran on things that she probably could never have acted on too. I mean,
But she
I don't
didn't
know,
lie
no-
because
no one-
she didn't ever have an opportunity to not
So
do those
Kamala
things.
Harris has never lied yet.
So you're lying about her lying is what you're doing.
Okay, so politicians don't lie. We don't agree.
Wait, you are disingenuous.
Politicians,
Stop it.
of course they
believe
lie.
I think all
only when it's your
all
side.
politicians lie.
But-
No, I think all politicians lie.
But here's the thing, Donald Trump lies constantly, and you guys know that he lies openly right to your face. And you're okay with
I'm
it.
not a
And
MAGA.
you just
I think you're
you
confused.
justify yes you are. You justify this behavior by saying, well, they
I
all do
voted for
it.
Trump
And
to be better
since
than Kamala.
they all do the thing I don't like, I'm going to continue to vote for the thing I don't like. And it's awesome. Great. Look at me.
Right.
Wait, but liberal. Let me
Well,
say, I'm
do this-
not
do
a
some
MAGA
Democrats-
guy. I just thought
do
Trump
some-
was the better candidate over Kamala. That's it.
Well,
I don't
do
think
some
You
Democrats-
previously stated he was underqualified.
Who? Trump?
Yeah,
he
it-
was in 2016 for sure.
Personally,
yeah,
anyone who looks at Trump's behavior and says that wasn't a deal breaker, you're MAGA.
what's behavior?
Right.
What do you mean?
Well,
He's
and do some
hilarious.
Like
Democrats-
all of it. So like the corruption, the racism, the lying, like there's a
Racism?
whole list. That
How
goes-
is Trump racist?
Yeah, he's racist. He's
How is he
racist.
racist?
He resettled.
Guys, just calling people's names
Just as
doesn't
proof,
mean
right,
in
so we
our
can skip
faces.
over the old debate. Just as proof, he resettled white South African quote-unquote refugees that had nothing to flee from, while he forced South Sudanese to go back to an active war zone.
I'm talking about America, bro. We're not talking about South Sudanese.
Oh, I'm talking about America too, because we're sending people to other countries, my guy.
Okay, so Trump's racist, Charlie Kirk's racist, right? Is what you think?
Donald Trump is absolutely a racist. There's no doubt now.
Yeah,
It's
these are
what
these
it
are
is.
these.
If you have any doubts, go back and look at what he's
these
done.
people have said things that are out of context and bad per se.
It's not
But
out of context. We know that now.
Okay, yeah. You
before
guys
you
don't
could
see.
have told
Wait,
me
let
that.
me
You
say
could have
one
told
thing.
me.
Okay, let me say one thing, and
It's
I want
not
to hear your
out of
response, Tallner. Okay, you guys seem like genuinely nice people. I'm not gonna
I try.
accrue any of this to you guys, but it's the rhetoric like calling people racist and fascist and Yahtzees. That's what caused Charlie Kirk to get pew-pewed the other day.
Lies.
That rhetoric.
Do we know
That's not
that?
true.
Like, did he write a manifesto?
100%.
Was he a left activist? We don't even know if he was left.
He literally said, "I killed
Yeah,
him
it's-
because of hate." You saw the text message thread?
Say the K word, first of all.
Sorry,
I didn't see the text
sorry.
message.
Open comments brought up a really good thing about being racist. What about the Central Park Five? Those young men were proven
They were
they
children,
were
not men.
not guilty. And Trump said, I don't care. So where do you think he's not racist, mister?
Okay. When did he say that? Like 40 years ago?
Okay, listen.
It doesn't matter when he said it.
Can I get
It was so what?
Come on, just let me say something.
Then 30 years ago, 40 years ago, whatever, in the 70s, he was denying.
Wait, when did he say it though?
He was denying.
Did
What?
he ever apologize?
I'll tell you why it matters.
Who
Because
cares?
I'll tell you why. It wasn't known until 2002 that they were innocent and that somebody else.
After.
Yeah.
He said it after they were found innocent.
So
we disagree together.
Let's take a look at the.
But MBW, I'm on your side with that.
Wait.
I don't understand your problem with me. I'm on your side. I agree with you. Okay.
Can I say something?
Not everything has to be an argument, guys. Jesus.
Said nothing but talk in circles. Can I say something?
Yeah. Yes, I want to read a quote that happened in 2019. Give me just a second. I'm going to find it here.
Yeah, thank you. They were guilty of something, is what he said. And why? Because they
Let's
were
see, 2019, or is that? There's a lot of quotes.
That's what
here.
racists do, mister.
Can I ask you a question? I asked the same
Another
question.
thing a racist
No,
might
let's-
do
let's
is
finish
Brett
Dewey
Masuya-
had wanted to.
That's not
Yeah,
good.
he did say.
So I gotta take. Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you, but Dewey wanted to ask a question.
Oh, so sorry. Yeah, my bad.
So all you have to do is look at what Trump has done to tell he's racist. He doesn't have to say a word, but you go back and look at what he's done under the idea of getting rid of DEI. He has removed anything and everything that was considered black, whether it was a hero that was buried in Arlington Cemetery, to pictures of people that have done great things, right down to the Smithsonian Institute and demanding them to take down everything they had about slavery. Now you tell me that's not racist, and I'll believe you.
Could you? Sorry, he told who to take everything down about slavery?
The Smithsonian.
The Smithsonian?
Yes, the Smithsonian.
Okay. I wouldn't say that's racist. I say that's wrong.
But
It's racist because
it
it's
doesn't
only
matter what
pointed
you
towards
say.
black
It
people.
doesn't matter what
That's not
you
racist,
say.
guys.
You
Racist
don't
is
have lived experience. So you coming up here talking to the other white people who don't also have lived experience with racism, you cannot speak on what's racist and what's not racist. You are
He asked me a question. He asked me if it was racist.
Excuse me. You are a
so
MAGA
vile.
cult member. You're so MAGA. You're licking the toe jam of Trump because you love him so much. You're
I
in
don't
our
care for
faces
Trump.
playing game. Listen to me, little boy. You're playing games.
I don't care for Trump like that. But okay.
Listen, but do you care about history? Do you care about truth?
Yeah, I
So
do.
let me give you some history since you
Can you
came
just
up
be
here.
nicer instead of so
Excuse me,
vile?
no, I'm not going to be nicer. If you cannot take
Okay.
it, then you leave.
Just vile though.
Ask Trump to be nice. Ask Trump not to talk nasty.
Dude, I'm not MAGA.
But
Relax.
you have a problem with
Take a
me
deep
speaking.
breath. Take a
Excuse
deep
me,
breath.
little boy.
J1 Maverick
Old
is
woman, take a
consistent
breath.
in the way that she speaks. Just accept it. This is her, and that's
But
the
do you
way
see
it
me being
is.
condescending, host?
It doesn't matter.
It does
Some
matter,
people
though.
are.
It
Some
does
people
matter.
are
Being
different.
condescending
Just
when you come up here and tell
How am I
let
being
her
condescending?
finish her statement. Listen to what she's saying. Not
Okay, old woman,
don't
go ahead.
focus on the way she says it.
Go ahead. old woman.
You think you know everything. Let me explain to you why there were so-called racist black colleges that you call them racist. For over 150 years in this country, do you know it was legal to make sure that black people could not read or write or have any education at all? Let me open your mind. If you tried to read a book or if you were caught with a book, you were unalived. Did you know that? That was for 150 years. After the 150 years, we could not still go to schools and colleges because white people had segregation. We don't want you over here, jigaboo. We don't want you in our schools. So guess what? We decided we need to have our own schools so that we can teach our own people. It was done out of necessity so that we could come out of ignorance. But you want to call that racism. That's an insult to us. Stop it. And race is also about prejudice plus having the power. It is about groups. It's about systems. So if I look at you and say, I can't stand your pink skin, you old pink thing, if I can't make you not live where you want to live, I don't have any power. But you can say to me, excuse me, you can say to me, you old black monkey, and then you can have me live near a swamp where you can take my babies and use them as alligator bait. Do you understand the difference of having that much power to make sure that people who live on reservations, that the grounds are not fertile?
Okay, allow me to respond to you, Maverick.
That they can, and I'm not finished. That they can
she'll land her plane.
She asked the question.
She'll let her land her plane. I promise you, she'll land her plane. She'll wrap it up on her own. I won't even have to rush her.
Okay, no problem.
That they can uproot all marginalized groups of people and tell you that your thriving community is now theirs because they have eminent domain. Now you walk on these Trail of Tears, motherfucker, because we want all of your land. You live on this land that's not fertile. This is what racism and power and prejudice is. It's about systems. Stop crying about somebody calling you a white boy. That is enough. It's enough. This whole country, Donald Trump, Charlie Kirk, all of those people are in systems that continue to create this thing we call racism, where they want to take away rights from people and not extend them. And I land my plane.
Okay.
Right. Go ahead, Jay.
Can I respond? All right, no problem. And Maverick, in the example that you gave where African or black colleges were created, I have no problem with that. That's not what I was talking about earlier in the conversation with the tall nerd. I was talking about, he was saying racism can only be going one way, the white man to a black man, or black people can't be racist, is actually what he said. And his reason for this was power. So then I gave him an example. If a black CEO said to his white worker, so-and-so, is that racist? He said yes. So I proved to him that black people can be racist because they can hold. Well, hold on, Maverick, hold on. I didn't interrupt you when I was asked to. I showed you respect
several times, and that's not what racism is.
Host, do you see the difference?
Yeah. Go ahead and land your plane. Yeah. Let's let him land. Well, let's let him land his plane. I didn't mean for you to rush. I meant let's let him land his plane. Go ahead, Jay.
Yeah. So anybody, if you want to say power has to do with racism, sure, I won't really debate with you on that. But black people can also be racist. Okay, I don't think that if a black person made a new store in 2025 and said, I'm only going to sell to black people, that should be allowed. And that's a good thing. No, that's rude. That's racism. That's terrible. If a white man did the same thing, I'd say the same exact thing. So I want you to be morally consistent, not hypocritical because one of your own created a store. That's it. I'll say it to you in your face. I don't have to say it to a white guy. I don't mind.
Okay, so let me respond to that very quickly. Everything you gave me was a hypothetical. This hypothetical black man who runs this company, who's hypothetically firing a white person. That's hypothetical. I can give you real life examples. I can come and say to you, now let's say Mickey Mouse owns a company, the literal mouse, and he fires human beings. Yes, species. See, it's bullshit. I can give you example after example in real life of how the opposite has happened, where white people, YT systems have subjugated people of color and black people in specific. You can come up with your hypothetical that this hypothetical black CEO runs this country and he's firing white. Show us the proof. But you're doing hypotheticals while we're giving you real lived experience.
But Maverick, the reason for my...
Excuse me.
Okay, you don't have a conversation.
Excuse me, we're giving you history. We're giving you truth. We're giving you facts. Don't come up here with no fantasy about some historical thing. Oh, this black man. That's bull.
Yeah. The reason why I gave a hypothetical was because he said black people can't be racist.
Because it's a hypothetical.
Yeah.
And you
so you're saying a black CEO has never fired a white guy? Is that what you're saying?
I'm asking you to prove to us that has happened.
Okay, sure.
Can you prove?
Let's get my computer out.
Excuse me.
For being white. That's the difference.
Yeah.
Right.
You're saying that African Americans haven't created their own, I don't know, communities or recreation centers.
Black community, sweetheart, today, and I'll give you a liberal. Find out what his Cash App is. I will send you $500 on your Cash App if you can prove to my black ass that there is one black community in this country today. I will send you $500 if you prove that to me.
Okay.
Can
So
you do that?
there's this thing called the Black Affinity Housing, where some
Can you
U.S.
prove to me
I'm
about a
trying.
black community?
I'm trying to speak, if you'd let me. Okay. There's a thing called the Black Affinity Houses in the U.S. and in our universities, where usually the only residents are African Americans. Do you think this is okay?
You're not
Black
answering my
affinity
question.
housing?
You're not answering my
This
question.
is one thing that Charlie talked about a lot too.
You're not answering my
And you
question.
guys call it. You guys
just
call it.
made a statement about black.
No. This is an example of a black only type of like housing or dormitory for these colleges. I think if there was white only, it'd be bad too. But I think, listen, I don't see color. I don't see white versus black. You guys do.
Honey, you're as racist as they come.
No. I'm not even white.
Let me ask
I'm
you
not
this
even
question.
white.
Excuse me.
I'm Arab, so I'm not even.
Let me ask you this question. Excuse me.
Sure.
Do you drive? Do you drive, sweetheart?
I do drive.
Do you stop at a red light, sweetheart?
I do.
Then you fucking see color. Don't play in our faces.
Okay. When it comes to race, I don't judge by that.
So I just looked up Black Affinity Housing, and it says here that they allow other people in there too. It's not just black people.
Yeah. I just wanted to point out that
very few occasions.
when you're talking about quote unquote black racism, we were talking about the future, what might happen eventually, right? Like you're having to use hypotheticals to make your argument.
Yeah,
Wait, you don't think
and look, I wouldn't like that either. No, look, J1, I would not be in favor of black people having a company, and this is illegal for the record, that's open to the public, that says I won't serve white people. That's not okay. I don't think there's anybody up here on this panel that would be like, yeah, that's perfectly fine. That's
Right.
It's illegal.
It
is
be fine in
illegal.
some neighborhoods.
Yeah,
It is
I
illegal.
just want to make things very
I'd be
clear.
okay with it for a little while.
That shit doesn't happen in the United States,
Right.
and this is my problem with a lot of
doesn't.
conservatives. Is all this shit they
It is
talk
illegal, by the
about
way.
black
Or
people
was.
getting special privileges and getting black scholarships and all this shit.
I forgot
at
to
the
mention
expense of
that in
white
all of
people. None of that shit happens in the United States of America because white
No, I
supremacy
actually
is
forgot
the
to mention
default.
that in all of this is that President Trump actually repealed the anti-discrimination law for federal hiring. So discrimination is now legal in some places.
Yep.
I still want to send you $500, Jay, on a one.
For what?
So show us where there's one black community in the whole of this country. One, and you will get $500. I'll send it to Lib to send to you. Can
What do you mean by
prove that?
black?
And real quick,
Excuse me. Can
I'm
you
asking
prove
you
that?
what you mean. What do you mean by black community?
I'm going to show you what a community. You know what a community is.
Yeah.
Okay,
So what?
Wait.
What are you asking? Is there a white only community?
Oh God, many of them, sweetheart.
Okay.
It's
do you
called
think-
the United States of America.
Oh,
my
there
God.
was one that was just on
Yo,
the
you're
news.
ridiculous.
Yeah, they're creating whites only neighborhoods right now, like as we speak.
The
Jay.
government is.
No, people are,
No.
but they're
Okay.
not allowing people to come in.
Okay.
Unless
Okay,
you're
so
white.
those people should be arrested. We agree, okay? Why is that a government or a systemic thing though?
Oh wow.
Hold on,
What do
no,
you
that's
mean?
a good question. That's a good question. You said
Wait, what do you mean?
in this? I asked you, why is it a systemic thing? Listen, racism has been systemic in our country
So I mentioned earlier.
for a long time.
I mentioned earlier that white
Yes.
people control 60% of the economy, even though they're 40% of the people.
That's not that. Okay, listen, I'll give you a weird demographic that I want Maverick to explain. Blacks are 13% of the demographic, yet they constitute 51% of all aggravated murders. Why is that?
Okay.
Socioeconomics, my guy. If you're poor, you're more likely to
He
commit.
was talking to me.
Yeah, Maverick,
If you
please.
don't realize that is utter garbage that has been proven to be false over and over again.
The FBI stats are proven to be false?
You are up here spewing Charlie Kirk bullshit, thinking that you're smart and you know.
So prove me false. Show me the numbers.
And you listen. I'm not going to prove to you. You better do your
I did.
research,
I have the
and you'll
FBI right
find
here.
very
Well,
easily
let's
that
get the
that is
numbers up for
bullshit.
you.
Sky,
Does that-
handle this bitch since he wants some numbers.
Right. Does that FBI stat specifically refer to convictions?
I've been up here long.
No, but that doesn't make the
No,
point any less
thank you. So it
important.
doesn't refer to convictions. Thank you. Number one. Number two, you're also forgetting that Black Americans are also exonerated for 40% of all crimes in this country. They make up for 40% of the exoneration rates in this nation, and that FBI stat only refers to arrests, right? So that's only one part of the story. Just because somebody is arrested doesn't mean they are convicted.
Okay, so 40% of the exonerations, so I'm assuming the other majority is white people. I don't understand what your point is, though. So they still are, quote unquote, arrested.
The point is
50,
that they are exonerated,
50,
sir,
over,
because
hold on, over
they are
50% of the
targeted by
time.
police officers in the
Listen,
criminal
listen.
justice system.
The reason
right?
for that is
they're
it's systemic
they're 13% of the
injustice.
population, but they're exonerated
Guys,
for
guys,
40%
guys.
of
Hold
all
on,
crimes.
guys. Okay.
Are you not getting it?
Let me say this as racially sensitive as I can. I try to be as respectful as I can.
You're not
okay?
sensitive, but that's okay.
We're not sensitive here.
I definitely am. Okay, because I have a lot of people in my community that I respect that are black. Okay, so black people better off 70 years ago than they are now. It's a lot. That's what Charlie Kirk said too. Why is that? After the government.
How are they better off?
Excuse me. Listen.
Wait, hold on. 1 second. Let me finish.
Excuse me.
I'm going to ask you a question.
Let me stop you right there. Let me explain to you something, because right now it's like you're looking at a Disney cartoon that you think you know everything about a group of people because you're looking at Disney.
I'm asking you.
Excuse me. Let me explain to you. I have a 95-year-old that's like my mother, who can tell you stories that'll make your skin crawl. Don't fucking tell us that 70 years ago that black people were better off. Let me tell you something. You're telling us, because of your God, Charlie Kirk, that 70 years ago, when black people, excuse me, when black people couldn't even defend themselves because the system of justice that we call have always looked at us as enemies, which it still does. But it's a lot better now than it was. So you have no lived experience. You have no connection to people who have lived experience. So everything you're saying, you're making yourself look like a clown.
I guarantee
you say
I
that
have
black
more African American friends than all of you guys.
Excuse me. When you say
guarantee
that black, excuse me. When you say that black people live better under Jim Crow and Jane Crow and all of that, then
No,
they
it's
are
not what
now
I'm saying.
something
It's not what I'm
is
saying.
wrong with you.
Don't
you
change
are
my
a
words.
hood-carrying white supremacist, and
I'm
that's
not
what
white,
you are.
Maverick. I'm not white. I'm brown. I'm Arab. Okay,
Honey, and then you're
Caucasian,
and guess
for
what?
sure.
And guess what? If you are brown, you're even worse than the white supremacists, because you're nothing to them anyway. So what type of brown?
Maverick.
Excuse me. What type of brown are you?
No, you don't get to ask me questions.
What?
Okay?
No. What type of brown are you?
I'm Persian. I'm Persian Iraqi.
You're legally white, actually.
Sure. When it comes to America, I'm
so don't play in our faces.
And do you know why? And do you know why?
Excuse me. But because you are Iraqi, if ICE is listening, we have a T group person here because you're Iraqi, since they want to fuck around and find out.
Well, it could be why he has conservative politics. Right? It's a way to prove his belonging.
Yo, that was hilarious. Yo, ICE is never gonna come get me, Maverick. Good job, though. Let me just say what I said. Let me substantiate what I'm saying about the 1950s, okay? Obviously, black people should never be under any segregation laws, any type of different law than a white person. We all agree on this. What I said to say that is...
But we don't agree on
Hold on. No, we do agree. 60 years
we
ago...
don't
50,
agree.
1 second, Dewey. 50 years... You think they should have better rights? Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm saying...
You go back home to Iraq.
At
That
74 years old,
as Trump would say.
Okay,
Why
let me
don't you
finish
go
my
back
point,
home?
guys.
Excuse me. Why don't you go back home to Iraq or wherever you're from and clean up those shithole countries?
I'm not allowed back in Iraq, honestly.
Oh, because you're trash there as
well. Because I'm Jewish, yeah. So let me say one thing to what you just said. So
now you're Jewish. Now you're Jewish.
There are Jewish Persians. Yeah.
Excuse me.
I've always been Jewish.
So are you a Zionist?
Obviously, I support Israel.
Oh, you support? Oh, you're a subhuman, demonic.
I still support Palestinians.
You
but
are filth beyond filth. You support the unaliving of babies and children.
No, never said
elderly.
that.
You are a revolting, disgusting, subhuman piece of shite. That's what you are.
Thank you. Okay. I haven't demeaned you guys one time. It shows me who's winning in a debate. When you guys start to attack me, I don't need to attack you guys.
Jayon, that's why I was trying to respond to you when you first brought up that.
But I'm being respectful, right? Because I have morals.
Because you were being horribly racist, and yes,
my mother
you thought you were being respectful because you stated a fact. But as I said earlier, if you're being anti-racist, that doesn't mean sharing all facts, right? We can leave some things alone.
Dude, that's all, guys.
No, Jayon, I'm not done yet. So that specific fact that you shared, and what I was trying to tell you earlier, is that if you weight it with something called socioeconomics, the economic data to go along with the demographic, then you will actually see that it's not race that's the driving factor in crime.
Okay, I just want to say one thing to Maverick. Maverick, I know 1,000 times more than you on the Israel-Palestine conflict. So for you to tell me why I side a certain way, I understand Palestine has its what's it called?
Oppressions. You are a demon.
Yeah, I know the history.
You side with demonic
You don't know the history. You don't know the history.
Honey, let me tell you something, the boy.
You want to try it?
When
you want to try
lived,
it?
listen,
You'll get mollywopped.
I'm not playing your game.
Don't go down this road with me, trust
me. When you've read a book,
you don't know shit about anything.
But let me tell you something.
Stick to your black culture. Stick to your black culture.
Listen.
Don't come to Palestine, Israel.
I don't give a damn if you think you know everything.
I don't know everything. I just know more than you.
If you support what Israel and the Zionist movement is doing to Palestinians and to the larger part of the world, you are a piece of subhuman.
So Maverick, here, just so I can give you a quick answer, okay? I don't like Netanyahu.
And let me say this.
Hold on, let me finish.
No,
let me finish.
No. You've spoken enough.
I'll hear you.
Let me say this. I'm going to keep my mouth quiet. I'm reflecting and thinking, what did Adolf know that we didn't know? What did Adolf know that we now are finding out? That is my question.
Thank you. Okay, so Maverick, this is what I'm saying. You people show true colors on a day-to-day basis. What did Adolf Hitler know, right? How evil can you people be where you have to reference one of the most evil persons in all of history, okay? So let me just tell you how I feel about Israel, first of all. I don't support Ben-Gvir. I don't support Benzema Smotrich. Two people you probably don't even know who they are because you don't know what the conflict is. But I will never support Palestinian resistance who target innocent people in their homes while they're sleeping at night, who target people at bus stops.
Stop doing your bullshit.
No, it's not bullshit. This is the reality.
Nobody wants to hear it. Nobody wants
you support
to hear
Hitler,
it.
Though. You support Hitler, you fucking fascist.
Every single
you're
Zionist,
a fascist. You're
every
a fascist.
single Zionist on
and you're
this
a racist,
planet should be wiped off of the planet. They are demonic, subhuman pieces of shite with propaganda machine. I don't want
Wait,
to
Maverick,
hear
can I ask you
it.
a question? Wait, serious question. Would you rather a Zionist in front of you or Hitler in front of you right now? Who's worse?
Excuse me, you cannot say that word on this live.
Oh, Adolf.
Number two, if Adolf were here, a lot of us would be saying, Adolf, what did you know that we did not know from these disgusting subhuman pieces of shite who are doing the same? Excuse me, who are doing the same thing that was supposedly done to them. So screw you,
Those
bitch.
weren't Zionists. Those were Jews.
A real person who practices Judaism doesn't even believe in Zionism.
Wait, Palmer, one second. Wait, one second, guys. The people in Germany weren't Zionists; they were Jews. So she's showing her hate full display. The fact that you guys are letting this happen, you guys are guilty by association.
So Giant, I was actually trying not to let it happen by breaking in politely, and you decided to continue talking, and you told me to wait. So I'm not letting it happen. You're just talking to morally grandstand and play the victim card, which we know Israel supporters do exceedingly well, right?
I'm not even listening to what you're saying right now. I don't really give a fuck.
They grandstand on that point, right? So I was actually trying to stop her because I knew where that was going, and I wanted to let you know that this is what happens, Giant. Jayon, this is what happens. This is what happens when you let a state become so violent and so radical that we have to start doubting the validity of like a historical accomplishment to vanquish fascism, right? That's where we're at with the Gaza war.
If anybody said what that person just said, I would kick him off a panel.
I understand it's vile, Jayon, but you know what?
She's an
what
evil
Israel is
human
doing
being.
is more
She's
vile.
an evil human
what
being.
Israel is doing is more vile because you're risking the lives of 2 million people by doing a military
Well, you've been making
assault
racial
on innocent
comments this whole
civilians.
time. I didn't kick you off.
And this is what happens with Zionist posts is that they don't
hold
let you
on.
speak. They interrupt.
Fuck you too. Yeah.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Here's what I'm gonna do. Here's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, let's do 1v1. You get cooked, brother.
I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah.
You're an idiot. So I'm ending the live. Fuck you, J1. I don't care what you think. You can call me disgusting, but you support a group of fucking people that have unalived. They claim 50, 60,000 bullshit. I think it's more like hundreds of thousands. They are pewing people, children, in the fucking head, and you support that. You sick, demonic fuck. That's what I can say. And whether you want to bitch about her saying something that she believes is true and asking a question, fuck you. I don't care. You guys sit around, you be fucking racist all the time. You make racist comments. Yeah, but why do 50% of capital murders? Why are they by black people? You racist fuck. You know exactly why you're saying that, because you're a racist fuck, and I didn't kick your racist ass off of here when you said that, and then you want to get pissed and butt hurt because she said something that made you cry. Fuck you. and fuck your demonic shit, unaliving babies right in the fucking head, in the chest. We got doctors and over 100 fucking kids that they've come across with a single bullet wound to the fucking head. And you want to support that and criticize her? Fuck you. And with that, I'm getting off here, guys. You have a great night. Enjoy your weekend. I'll be back here on Tuesday, and J1 can take his demonic ass and go fuck himself. See ya.